Big cheers to you fellas. Happy Thursday. Happy DFC evening to everyone. Big cheers. This is where the peas get K'd. Of course. Of course. That's what it's all about, man. Holy shit. A little bit of a late start today. We might have got PK'd by life earlier, dude. Not even lying. Knocked out. Knocked out, dude. That whole... It's what weeks of sleepless nights. Just jamming, slamming, Alabama. That's what it all comes down to. But look at this nasty card we've got, man. Let's zoom in a little bit. We almost named the stream I Love Lamp. Because this guy, everyone's rooting for the underdog. Can Lamp finally get it done, man? He's going for his title shot against the notorious Gogators, the reigning defending, one of the top DFC champions of all time. That fight's going to be sick, man. Sin v. Sork. Those guys, look, Gator signed up on a Sin this week. Something tells me he might have known. Right? We got some new technology that we made a lot of these matchups for, but we didn't need no help making that one. This guy, Lamp, has been climbing up the ranks, just embarrassing people with that sorceress. Whatever version he chooses to bring to the arena. Curious as to which one he'll bring tonight. Yeah, by the way, what's up, guys? What's up, Dingus, Nightfall, Primo, Tommy Fred's Trains? Hell yeah, man. Soy Sauce, Silent Balloon, what's up, guys? What up, what up, what up? Odin, what's going on, my dude? McChetta Bomb. Yeah, yeah. It is that time, man. It is that time. Then, of course, we've got some good LLD action. We've got quite a mix of duels in here tonight, man. LLD, Melee, HLD, everything you could possibly want. And pretty exciting duels, I gotta say, man. Like, some of them, I'm kind of glad we've got our little technology going on, because I wouldn't have thought. Sometimes it's hard to recognize the upward progression of people when you're making a whole bunch of calculations and doing matches every week, but we've got a little tool now. I put it together. I'm hoping to make it like useful for people, and possibly others could use it as well. But it's basically something that suggests a matchup for someone based on their performance. So, holy shit, Jodo Trashneck, what, my dude? This is epic, man. Holy 10 gifted memberships to the channel. One hell of a way to start this day out. Let's all tip one back to Jodo. Keeping that support going, keeping the spaceship flying, man. That's what that does. That's what it does. It keeps us riding high, flying fast around Sanctuary at 7 times the speed of light. And for that, dude, I appreciate it. That's wild. Tip one back to the one and only Jodo. What's up, man? How you doing anyway? Big chills, big chills. Yeah, I mean, I was so pumped at how this came together with the suggestions and all of this. It made matchmaking so much faster, I gotta say. Like, we went from taking literally 2 to 3 hours to make matchups to, well, we took about 5 hours to build the program. But after that, it took like 30 minutes to do matchups. It was wild. By the way, the Cheddar Bomb. What? What? In case y'all didn't see it, it's because of that kind of support right here. You see these digital boards over here to your right? That's getting the update next, man. Bunch of blinking lights on there. Some of them are just for show. They used to do something, but traveling so goddamn fast, we done broke some shit. But now, Thanks to McCheddabomb. Don't believe what it says right there. Don't believe that. I don't know why it does that shit. 20 gifted memberships. What? Bro, big cheers to you, man. Let's all tip one back. That's savage, man. McCheddabomb. Bro, you best be kicking some ass tonight. That's what we're tuning in for. That's what we want to see. McCheddabom's got himself a matchup in LLD versus Kisurfi. Newcomer to the LLD. We're going to see how this guy does. He's got himself quite the ultimate test against seasoned vet McCheddabom in LLD. And man, that's one hell of an introduction to the most competitive, most savage, most vicious concoction of duelers in Diablo 2 history. I mean, I look at this lineup and that's what it is, man. I'll also be in LLD tonight. I got Ryan. Look, I had to throw myself in there. I don't like to get off the couch, you know, unless there's a big challenger. But Ryan might be that guy. Not sure what we're gonna do. You might have noticed too that in this sort of semi-intelligent matchmaking that we've put together, we're now able to suggest matchups even on things that you can't necessarily select the matchups for, such as LLD, Melee, all of this. So that's why when we're going through, you might see LLD matchups where we have seen that people can play on these classes. It's an interesting one, should be fun, or hopefully fair, and we're gonna see, but we can at least suggest it, and that way it's not, you know, in these formats where you can't necessarily select your class, it's at least not as big of a surprise. So that was kind of helpful too. There's some where we just can't do that though, like for example my match. We don't really know what Ryan's going to be on. Same with Kisurfi. So instead, it's just like, look, some of the blind matchups in these, you know, in these divisions might be people's introductory duel to the DFC. You know, but it is what it is. Is what it is that we're working with the tools that we got. You know. Speaking of which, I gotta fire up this game, man. I was playing D4 earlier. I was jamming, slamming. The good old Phalo Gob event that isn't working right now. I didn't even notice it, dude. I was leveling a new character. I didn't even notice. I was like, oh, all right. I guess shit ain't working right. Official version should come out soon, so maybe there will be online mode. What? Is there a way to get a duel tonight? The system couldn't compute how god-awful I am. What? Jesus. Were you in there, Silent Balloon? I remember considering you, and because the program will spit some shit out. Let me see if I can actually, I'll show you what the program does. What this little thing does that we put together. We won't keep it an entire mystery, right? And I remember your name popped up and I was like, yeah, that would be cool, but I don't remember seeing you on there. I'll duel that trash can Nightfall. Yeah, easy. I don't know, man. I don't really think that would be fair for Nightfall. In search of a fair duel. Like that guy, man, ever since he lost that title, just falling apart. All right, I think this is it. Yeah, so here it is, dude. This might be. I'm gonna try to get it. Well, a little bit of a brightness warning here. This is your final warning. Oh, do we have the right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this is what it is. So I'm hoping to make a similar tool like this usable by people, so that way you can kind of prepare with what you might get suggested. Some people, the list is lower, right? But you have these variables where, you know, you can set these duel days where it's just like you haven't dueled this person within the last 35 days, right? That's a big one. The data days is just a variable that says, based on all of the matchups we could put you on, like all of these things that pop up, what have you played in the last like 75 days? And also, how have you done in the last 75 days, right? And then from there, we look at similar wins, and it's a variable you can set like +1, +2, and it goes 1 or 2 above. Like this one right now is going 1 above or below. So in recent history, it looks like Sound might have 5 wins because he's getting returned people with 4 wins and 6 wins. Like, that's just the name that we had plugged in here. You could select the format, all of this, and it kind of just tells you what people play, like what they're on. And then you can do like a deep dive. So let's say of these suggested opponents, which by the way, did Sound get a suggested opponent? Foozer? See, I don't know what happened. Look, the data changed, right? Maybe we had it set like this. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. We had it set like this. We had it set for 2. Foozer was a good suggestion, right? And then we can jump in like this. We can say, all right, tell me about this Foozer man guy. What's he play? Like, no matter what he signed up on, if we can't make any other match happen, what has he played in the past? Right? And then it pops up here. So as I'm making matches, I can be like, all right, plug in Sound, spits back a list. Hey, Foozer versus Sound. That sounds like a good one. What can these guys play? You know, and then if there's multiple good things, what'd they sign up on? Like, you know, and then just go from there. So it just makes matchmaking like a lot easier. And that's kind of how we roll. All courtesy of, you know, just the hard work of Sound and others inside this little data sheet right here. We could do it. Like, look, you know what? Let's find Silent Balloon one. Hey, you trying to go melee? All right, so what we do, we pop this in, we click on melee. Look at this. Immediately, within 2 wins, and people that he hasn't dueled within the last 35 days, Vegeta pops up, Root, Jeep, Shapendi. And then if any of these guys signed up, bam, you do it. With Melee, whereas it's a little bit fresher of a format, and also whereas Nightfall just dominated everything for a while, sometimes I kick up the wins. See what it is. Yeah, so like there's a few. That might be steep. But I would say like that, you know? Any one of those. So then Vegeta is actually Vegeta's champ, man. This guy returning as the reigning defending Nightfall, trying to take him on, trying to recrown himself as the champ. But that's basically how it would work. There's a lot more duelers in HLD, so it often spits back more names and we have more options. As you can see, like with some of this, some people didn't sign up. Like some people are on the card. Root, IML, Jeep, I don't think is on the card. Shapendi, Agromati. Like, literally, Vegeta, I think, is the only one on the card. So that's sort of like the drawback with it. Me and Lamp going in 5 minutes. Oh, shit. Yeah, I gotta get ready for this, man. Oh, shit. Yeah, these guys are fired right up and ready to go. Yeah, you might be able to hear them in the background. That's Gogators getting ready. Let's take a peek. We'll see what these goons is up to. Getting battle ordered up. DJ, pause it. This is about to be some championship shit right here. Let's take a peek and see what Lamp is doing. He's just chilling. He's hoping not to get PK'd. He's got a ping of 109 up there, I see. Not sure what this is about. So, but the good thing about it is, if he loses, he can say lag. You know, that's certainly something he can claim. So it's a little bit pingy up in here. Now, look at this. Just taking a gander at Lamp's character here. Lamp is hoping to be crowned as Lamp the Champ after this duel tonight. But can he do it is the question. It looks like he's concocted his character to have Gurk's Sanctuary, and that's gonna... We've seen him do this before, where he's hoping to negate a lot of the integer, or he's bringing a lot of integer damage reduction to the table to try to negate the damage that comes along with Mind Blast, which is something that, especially if a Sin cuts you open with open wounds, and we can see that Gogators is on that plan, that's gonna at least keep you alive for a little longer. Which, by the way, this is the first fight of the night, the championship bout between these guys, the headliner. Right off the bat, these guys not even messing around and ready to go. So big cheers to these dudes for just making it happen, man. For just being ready. Just ready to jam. I hope y'all are ready for some action, because that's exactly what we're getting with these guys. Two of the most savage duelers in the DFC right now finally meeting up. Now we're looking at this from Gogators' perspective. This guy, one of the FPK kings in all-time history of the DFC, now showing his skills on a Sin tonight. Gators is on his ass 24/7. Damn. Yeah, dude, look at this. That's why we're swapping over to this a lot of times. And he hasn't really been connected on clean yet either. Like, you know, one of the things we see a lot of times with Sin v Cold Sork is we oftentimes see these long-range battles. And it's not to say that we won't see that. But for the time being, you can see that Gogators is pushing the pressure. He hasn't been connected on yet by one of those blizzards. And he's looking prime, man. You got to remember, when we adjusted the cold stack rules, they weren't updated for Sins. That's certainly something that didn't happen. So he's kind of going in here with balls to the wall, could get connected on, and those blizzes hurt Sins, man. The thing is, it's really hard to connect because the Sin has anything from her Shadow Master, which may or may not block some blizzards, but most importantly, she has Claw Block, or Weapon Block, as the skill is called. And that makes it very difficult to land a hit clean, because there's probably, I'm going to guess on Gogator's build, there's very likely about a 60 to 64% chance that he's going to block any attack that comes his way, and that includes blizzards. That includes attacks that you shouldn't even be able to block. The notorious Hammerden chucking those magical hammers that nobody can do anything about. Well, the Sin can. She can just stick those claws right in the way and block those shots. It's kind of wild. Mid Sin play. Yep. Yeah, easy. Just mid. Should be easy to beat him. No problem. All someone's got to do is get in here and do it. How is he taking no LS damage? I wouldn't be surprised if he's got T-Gods and 10 on. Meaning, you know, he's got T-Gods for the Lightning Absorb, but he also has 10 Wisp. That's something that you can stack up versus a Trapper. As long as, now that comes to the caveat, as long as his trap damage doesn't fall within a certain range. We did kind of edit that in recent history to respect the people who kind of make hybrid Sins that are sort of more in line with where the damage used to be. You know, because Lightning Sin damage got jacked through the roof with not only with simpler synergies in one of the patches, but as you know, with making it so that certain attributes work with traps that never used to in LOD, such as bonus to lightning damage. Oddly enough, that never worked with traps in LOD. They counted as pets, something separate from the player, and it didn't quite work clean. The other thing is minus to enemy light res. The number one helm that Sins use to hit the 102 breakpoint on Dual Claw is Griffin's, and best believe it's got both of those abilities. And look at this man, just methodically picking his opponent apart here. He hasn't suffered any damage here, and he is connecting clean on Lamp. Lamp trying to make him chase him into a Blizz. Lamp is actually staying closer than he probably should in a lot of exchanges, but that's only so that he can hope to get a big hit off. He needs it. I mean, that's the opportunity that he needs right there, but the window is closing, man. So far, Gogators is just on him, pushing the pressure, and it's just constant whittling down from anything from Fire Blast to Mind Blast to possibly some Lightning Sentry damage hit in there, but it doesn't look like much have actually connected until that one right there, finishing the first round in favor of Gogators. Savage, man. Yeah, I don't think he got hit at all. That was a flawless victory that round. He went to talk to Akara. She didn't even make the little heel sound. She's just like, "Oh, it's nice to see you back." Close duel, right? Name knock no good for Sorcerer, for Cold Sork. Yeah, it's rarely used. Rarely used. You don't really need it. Blizzard is a very powerfully hitting delayed skill that a lot of times it's just better off that you place it right and try to lead your opponent into it. It would be like people who criticize Cold Sorceresses for not name locking people. It's like it would be like criticizing a Fire Sorceress to not name lock people with Meteor. And by the way, he's showing off his cold res there at 409, 1% below the allowed allottage of cold res. And look at this, just showing off this beautiful gear here, all to end the debate. In case Lamp says, "I'm not doing any damage. I'm not even doing any damage to you." He's shutting that shit down right now so he doesn't have to deal with it mid duel. Yeah, GG, Sin. This thing is put together, man. Yep, and there it was, Soy. We did see it. It's 409. Almost as close as Cooley versus the Quill. Oh, yeah, like the random Quill rats that I clear in the moor, like that are easy and never beat me. Yeah, like that was a good comparison. There it is, man, and that's how quickly the corner can turn right there, right? Or the tables can turn. Like, he just got connected on by one Blizz. It looks like a double hit there, and you can see that almost got him. Like, that was a big hit from Lamp, and that's the opportunity that Lamp is waiting for. He's waiting for him to get on his screen. He's going to connect on him, and he's hoping to get a few solid ones just like that. That was very nicely done, and I believe that might have been a name lock too. It's kind of what you have to go with the Sin. You have to. It's hard to lead a Sin into your Blizz, really. Like, you kind of have to wait for him to get close and then name lock him. Another big hit from Lamp. Let's cut over to his screen. Let's see how he's doing. This guy practically full. Now the champion very low. Champion might back off here, I would imagine. These are the times that we might see the traditional Cold Sork versus Lightning Sork, right? Less aggression from the champ now. He's one Blizz. So what he's not going to try to do is just run into a random Blizz. When his health is high, he'll very likely chase, but when he's not, he's going to back off. Yeah, now it's a different game. Oh, and he cuts him off, dude. Lamp didn't expect that. By the way, what's up, Jin Shin? Yep, it is Primo's correct. 1-0 for the champ. Yeah, and versus the Sin, it's a little different. You kind of... We were just talking about name locking with the Sorceress and how it's kind of pointless. But against the Sin, it's one of those classes where you really want to make sure that you're hitting them. Because they always have the shadow up. They have that claw block. You never know if they're going to stomp or what. So when you have the opportunity, you just want it to come down right on top of them. And that's kind of what... That's kind of what Lamp is doing here. He's baiting Gogators in and trying to get that name lock. But if we see Gogators back off, he's going to have to change that game plan, right? Which it looks like Gogators might be doing here. If we see Gogators back off, we're going to need to see Lamp do some CT casting, right? Because he's not going to want to get too close to the champ for fear of just getting ganked by those traps. Like, just for fear of running into a 5-stack trap. So he's going to need to keep his distance. And best believe Gogators knows how to judge that pretty well, right? Knows how to set that up. Meaning that there's only so many angles that you can CT cast from, right? You can only do it from the left or the right, you know, in a very general sense. So what you might see from Gogators is setting up 3 traps in the direction that he will very likely come from, and then some backup 2 traps in the other direction. So not necessarily a 5-stack, but like a 3 and a 2. Just split up as Lamp tries to approach. Now Lamp getting a little frustrated, getting worked down here. All he needs is 1 hit, but man, it's going to come hard. Can the champ come back from this? He cannot. Lamp evening up the score now at 1-1. Incredible. Another good thing about that Gurk's Sanctuary that Lamp is wearing is whenever a sorceress, a cold sorceress in particular, uses items like Death's Fathom or even just switches to some sort of block setup, it usually forces them off from Death's Fathom if their opponent also does some sort of elemental resist. Like, a lot of times they use Hodo, you know, which isn't bad, but the good thing about Lamp's setup here is he keeps himself on Death's Fathom and still maintains a good level of replenish life. And in a longer duel, if this duel gets drowned out, right, if both players get low or whatnot and it gets drowned out, that rep life is going to come in handy. And he gets that from Gurk's Sanctuary. Yeah, Blizz hits so hard, man. It's so unforgiving. And especially against the Sin, who, you know, is allowed one of the most conservative levels of cold resistance. Both players playing very well here. Lamp looking for that name lock, and oh my god, nice surprise hits there from the champ. Let's cut back over to Gogators. Now that we know Lamp is about half life, looks like Gogators trying for a repeat of round 1 here, where he basically just goes untouched. And you notice how different the game plan is when he is at full life. Oh my god. And now, within 1 hit from that Blizz, man, that was a triple hit from Blizz. That was wild. You'll notice the way that his gameplay will change here. Like, he aggresses until he can't, man. And luckily, that time, he got some pretty savage damage in with aggressing, and now he's going to back off. Yeah, that was wild. When Blizz hits, it hits. And that's why these are typically long-distance duels, right? You might see it here. You might see Gogators set these traps up and slowly, methodically look for where Lamp is at. You might see Lamp trying to cut angles, trying to CT cast on the champ. With that Mind Blast lock right there, and Gogators wisely choosing not to stomp. That was intelligent. He just chose to negate that rep life a little bit, keeping that Mind Blast lock, but not run any unnecessary risks of teleporting in. Now the tables have turned a little bit. We got Gogators trying to bait Lamp in, trying to get him to chase a little bit. As they say back in the days of LOD, once you get beat up a little bit, it wasn't uncommon for your opponent to say, your turn, right? We even saw Vamp the Champ say that way back in the day, your turn, right? He gets beat up a little bit. I've chased you enough, your turn. Just orb and blast, right? Maybe. It's going to be tough, though, to get in on the champ. Orb and blast wouldn't be bad if the champ was still chasing him a lot. But the champ is being very distancy, being very lengthy, playing very long, which makes it hard to get in close, right, with those sorts of attacks. Unless The answer to it is if they get in this habit of playing long, right, and casting their traps at the side of the screen or whatnot, and they don't really have any defense up close, the answer could be to teleport in and to do just that. Oh, and there it is, man. Another savage blitz from the challenger. Now 2-1 in favor of the challenger. Wow. Wild, man. Yes. 2x Ravens is not allowed, but Snow Clash not banned. And Snow Clash and Raven, yeah, technically you could. Yeah, it did take 4 hits to kill the champ there. Unfortunately, the first hit of Blizzard, which this is the real problem with the skill Blizzard, is that it can just hit so many times within 1 second, right? And that time it hit 3 times on the first hit, which practically killed him, almost one blizzed him. Quill Rat, I told you stay out of here. And I don't judge you for what you spend your Quill Rat money on, right? Gators isn't really that bad on the Sin. He's playing very well. The thing is, I think that he might not be as familiar with this matchup. And if he is, he might not be as familiar with this player. Lamp is a savage cold sorceress. He's one of the best to ever have done it. And even if you practice against cold sorceresses, man, you need a really good one. Because this guy is on point, man, and he's shown over and over his skills on the sorceress. Serenity beat Dazer in a different tourney just now? Really? Why are you no longer wearing sunglasses? No mo. Why do I have to? Gators has perfect gear on the Sin as well. Damn, Lamp just so good. Bro, Lamp is good, man. Lamp is good. This guy... was this his first? This isn't. I'm not sure if this is his first title shot. I would have to check. I'd have to check the data. But, man, we do know that he's certainly deserved it for a while. Because this guy is the new boogeyman of the DFC. And it looks like the champ gets connected on by one blizz there, and luckily, the blizzard only hit once. Might see him backing off a little bit now. Different game plan. A little bit more respect for Lamp.
I am overburdened.
Vegan, LOL. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we might have... There was a gag order. And I'm surprised that the Quill Rat is in the chat, right? It was a violation. I could sue him and probably get him back at this point. Oh shit! Sick, man. All right, good stuff. We've also got the Melee Championship ready to go after this. Wow, this is wild. I'm gonna get fired up and ready to go. Fired up and ready to kill people. essentially. Might have to do it with the melee necro. Wow, man, and there it is. 3-1 so far in favor of the challenger, Lamp. Holy shit. Bro, this is getting close. We might see a different strat here, I would imagine, from Gogators. This is wild. Now Lamp's showing off some gear. Showing off what he's rocking. Yeah, and it looks like he's got just the he went 80-20 with this. He didn't even get too ridiculous. Just went 80-20 with 38 rep life, it looks like. Just vicious, dude. All right, we got the rogue encampment music going here. The only track appropriate for the end of this duel. It's slow melodic notes. Really sum up the tension in the room with this. Yes. We are also in game, getting ready.
Good day.
Getting ready for the championship bout between Vegeta and Nightfall. We almost there. And man, oh man, we've got the smiter just to clear things up, between rounds. We gotta set people straight. And now I think we're about to see a real duel. 3-1, Gogators back against the ropes. This necromancer... Oh shit, sorry, I just clicked on the Discord and it accidentally started playing my most recent video. Just mouse flying all around here. Good video though. I think it turned out all right. That was one I almost didn't do it because I'm like, well, dude, there's no point in doing this anymore. We didn't do what we wanted to do. But we did. We put it together, man. I think it came out all right. We might see a different game plan from the champ. New vid slapped. Glad you liked it, Travis. Glad you liked it, Odin. Has Lamp been undefeated in the DFC? Well, let's check it out, man. I don't believe so. I believe he has been beaten. I'm going to pull up the DFC statistics. The board is linked, too, in the description of this, so you can always check this stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna pull it up while these guys start up. But I don't believe he's undefeated. Let's see. Player, Lamp. Oh no, he actually was he was beaten by, it looks like he was beaten by Gertie last month. He was beaten by Gogators a couple months back. Beaten by Max on a Sin, and he was also on the same build, the Cold Vita. Gogators beat him on a Necro on this same matchup. Max beat him on a Sin on this same matchup. I'm pretty sure Max went full elephant on his ass, though. And here we go. It's now 3-1 in favor of the challenger. Let's see what we get for a game plan here from the champ. I would guess he's going to back off a bit, but I'm not sure. He might just go in for it. You never really know. Laser fan much bigly. What's up, my dude? Yeah, Gogators been down 0-3 before. We saw him come back versus Polytheus down 0-3. And this was in recent history, man. What a duel that was. And this is a tough one, dude. This is a very, very tough match to be on. I would say an alt, right? On an alt for Gogators. He's certainly not as comfortable, I don't think, on a Sin. Doesn't mean he isn't great on one, but I don't think it's not his main, right? The Druid is his main. It's so hard for skilled players to beat Gogators on a Druid because Gogators is miles ahead, but he's also got these sharpened FPK skills, man, that he's jamming with, like on many different characters. But certainly, I would consider Sin an alt for him, not necessarily his main. So this is a test of the highest degree versus Lamp. Just another day at the office for him, yeah. Different Gators playing now, yeah. Methodical. Look at this. Did Lamp chuck down a blaze there? Ooh, nice hits from the Fire Blast. Great game plan from Gators here. He's being very opportunistic. When Lamp comes in to try to get that name lock on the Blizz, looks like he's punishing him for it, really hitting him with that Fire Blast, and it's doing some work. Now, even though Lamp has Gurk's Sanctuary, I don't believe he's immune to Mind Blast damage, as we saw in round 1, right? So if Gogators does choose to utilize, like, Dragonflight, I think he might just have straight Trap Claws, it's hard to tell. But if he does go with, like, straight Dragonflight, cut him with the open wounds, possibly even switch in a Chaos, do some whirling, might be a risky move versus a Blizzsork, but I mean, it could work. You know, if he procs that open wounds, I don't think he's immune at 1 life. Like, if he ones him, that Mind Blast can finish. The assassin, this is Gogators.
I am overburdened.
Look, respect the gag order, Quill Rat. We settled this out of court. LLD title shot today. Bros, I think we got them all on the line. It all depends on what we get to see on the stream.
Can't carry anymore.
I think actually, wait, is it? Yeah, ASD is up versus Tempest. Yeah, so that's going to be the title shot. Yep, just double checked. I was like, I'm pretty sure ASD is here this week. Yep, so theoretically, all 3 titles on the line, man. Why V Magi versus G-Bane? I would imagine it comes down to a resistance balancing thing. It's a resistance balancing act, trying to maintain the most amount of damage and the most, you know, as true to full Vita as you can be, without trying to completely cheese the Mind Blast damage. I'm sure he might have it on the ready in case that was Gogator's game plan, though, because we've seen a couple of respectable things from both duelers here. First of all, we've seen that Lamp has just gone straight 80-20 versus Gogators here, right? Like, pretty respectable lightning resist there. Might also be that Gogator's trap damage is within the bounds of what it should be to warrant such a thing. but also we haven't really seen like this open wounds strategy from Gogators, right? Like the typically considered cheesy strategy of cutting his opponent open with open wounds and then trying to finish with Mind Blast, which would probably be the reason why Lamp would want to switch to G-Bane. If he thought that Mind Blast was his biggest threat, he might be on that. But whereas he's 80-20, I think he's more prepared for the resistances, for the skills to deal damage when he needs to, and stay as close to that full Vita Sunder setup as he possibly can. That would be my guess. But this guy's the pro, man. Let's check in on Lamp. We got the champ at about a little over half life. And we've got Lamp. Same thing, a little over half. Now at just about half. Oh man, even lower now. Now Lamp is being cautious. He knows he's deadly, man. He's even got, he has min-maxed this thing on the stats, too. He's even got a lidless eye on the swap for battle orders. That's an interesting min-maxing decision right there, because the strength requirement on Gurks is 133. So for 21 more strength, you could get a +2 to skills on your battle orders, leading to a little bit more life. I always think it's worth it on a Gurks using Sorceress, but you never know. Ooh, nice hits there from the champ. Good reminder, Kyle. Make sure to like the stream. It lets YouTube know that there's nothing else that D2 fans should be doing right now than watching the DFC champion lineup. We got the champion headliner fight right off the bat here, man, and what a savage, surprising one it's been. Yeah, he doesn't need to teleport, man. He doesn't need to. Look at this. He is walking here, which tells me that he is concerned a bit about, or at least paying some sort of respect to the fact that Gogators very well could Dragonflight open wounds him. Blast is a risky move because a blast could end very badly for Gogators. If he gets in and he tries to blast him, he needs to be very opportunistic with it, just like that. He needs to be wary of where that Blizz is, how much time he's got, and just try to take some pot shots opportunistically, because if he gets in the habit of trying to chase and finish like that, that's how Lamp has punished him before. Now Lamp being very patient, walking around here. I think also one of the reasons why Lamp isn't teleporting is to possibly conserve mana. See if his opponent comes to him a little bit. Like, the longer he takes to get to his opponent, the more life he reps back. Ooh, oh, and there it is. Beautiful, dude. Savage round win there. Now 3-2. Still in favor of Lamp, but Gogators playing on his game now. Wow, are we going to see another comeback from Gogators? I don't think it can happen 2 weeks in a row, man. That shit is rare. That shit's rare, man. Hear me out. 4x soul and a J-Mock instead of Spirit Swap. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to negate all the Mind Blast damage. But then you're kind of overcommitting to Mind Blast, and it isn't like traps don't do anything.
What can I do for you?
And right now he's on the Gurks plan for the rep life, knowing that this very well could turn into a long-range duel. So hear me out, right? You could better prepare for a lot of things, have a little bit of DR on your shield in the form of Gurks, and then be able to rep back all the life very quickly that you would otherwise lose to Mind Blast by kind of staying on the outside. I kind of like that over 4-souled Monarch. Hey, I never said I'm not any. Look, you and I both, man. You and I both. Up NATO version of Sin. I disagree. I think Gators has actually been very aggressive on this thing here. The big difference is Gators is down. And now he has to play differently. We knew that this might happen, right? Accidental leaving of the area right there. Luckily, it wasn't to save himself from any damage. We might have to save something if there was a ton of traps around him. Looks like an accidental click to the den for Mr. Lamp. GG cave strats. Yeah, it just disappears off the map. You never know.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I think a cold sort. They have a few options, but I never think Enigma is really one of them. Cold Sork is very different. They have a few armors in their virtual closet, but Enigma just doesn't really fit well. There always seems to be a better option. Champ getting dangerously close to those blizzards there. And some good hits from those traps. Ooh, and a nice blizz there from Lamp. Hard to tell if that hit. Let's check. We might get a little life check there. Looks like it didn't. Looks like Lamp is chilling. Slowly winning the grind. Right? But this duel ain't over. As you know, it could all happen. One big blizz hit here, man. That's all it takes. Nice aggression there from the champ. That's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see opportunistic aggression. Oh, Lamp's been name locking a lot, dude. Like, I think that's part of his strategy, especially if he can get Gogators to come onto his screen, if he can lure him into that trap, I think he's actually going to be looking for a name lock. Lamp is a very methodical player on the Cold Sword. Yeah, see, like, even there, he's looking for it. Like, he's looking to get there with it. If the champ comes close, he says, all right, man, that's my opportunity, and you always want to land it right on top of him. He's always looking for it.
I can't carry anymore.
Wow, man. 2-3. Still in favor of Lamp. Lamp trying to get that big hit. He knows all it really takes is one big one to change the whole feel of the fight. But now Gogators is back, is on the ropes. He's trying to go for #1 title defenses of all time, right? Oh, man, that was a hit right there. You could hear it. You could hear it. Unless that was the Shadow Bay. Oh, no, that was a hit. That was... Luckily, it only hit once. But even with that first hit, man, the way that Blizzard works, especially if you have any sort of absorb... actually, I don't think dual claw sins can. But, so, never mind. Disregard that. Usually, the second hit and the third hit and the fourth hit will be weaker. But that's assuming any absorb. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I don't believe, though, that Gogators has any absorb. I think he's just 409 straight. What do you mean, no damage? 2100 damage is what that did. It almost halved him. Yeah, can't wear Sorb on 102. The champ methodically moving ahead. Yeah, he's got those 12k traps. Oh, man. Yeah, he's just repping to full. I mean, the thing is, though, in this particular matchup, especially whereas he's landed some damage on the champ, too, that could not necessarily work in his favor, because I think he's actually ahead on life, like on work in the duel, essentially, right? Like, so the more time he gives the champ to rep back, that could be the difference of taking another blizz. so Gogators probably appreciates it. He's just gonna methodically look for him, hunt him down. But it's hard to tell. I'm not exactly sure how much rep the champ has. I'm gonna guess it's somewhere around 32, 35 maybe. Might be more. And we know that Lamp has 38. Oh no, it's a real duel. Yeah, right, exactly. This is a real duel. This is a real duel with it all on the line.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, Lamp can't sit in a corner here, though. He does kind of have to look for his opponent. No matter how slow he goes about it, he's got to be looking. Got to be moving forward. He's going to be methodical about it. Yeah, you can shrine for plus skills. No, you can't. Nah, the champ is taking shrines for stamina just to get him out of the way, so that it's not an accidental click. The way the rules work in the DFC, and I believe now just about everywhere, is it only counts significant shrines that get hit, such as healing shrines, such as skill shrines, anything that adds a significant advantage in the duel. I'd like to think that that's a positive contribution that we've made in our rule set that's carried and echoed through to others. At least something. At least something good that everybody can agree on. Lamp is hunting this sin more like a true champion. Well, not really, because he knows that the champion is off to the left right now and he's walking away. He could be trying to bait him. But at the end of the day, the Sork has to hunt, right? They've got the lesser range. I'm playing hardcore like that. Just never teleport. Just walk around. Gurk Sanctuary. Massive rep life, too. Don't forget. Ooh. Close range exchange there, but no player really landed anything. These guys have big respect for the power of the other player. The power and the skill. Oh my god, big trap hit there for the champ. Another hit. Now Lamp, methodically, walking forward, taking his time, picking up those potions. Doing all he can to rep back that life. Give himself the most amount of time possible. He says, look, I'm looking for you. No one said how fast I gotta get there. I just gotta move in the right direction. You know? Hey, not late, man. No, Lamp has one round and he could win. Like, if Lamp wins this round, it's over and he wins. He's the new champ. If Gogators wins it, man, we have a neck and neck battle. That's an interesting choice not to teleport. I think it's more just to rep back the life, honestly, but I mean, hell, if he wants to do that, I'm cool as long as he's always moving towards where he is. Like, that's, I mean, that's part of the game, man. Like, this is a long-range duel, and it's a grindy one. And this is also, don't forget, it's different than most matches that you would see, because this is for the title, right? This is with everything on the line. With both of these guys wanting it, right? Both of these guys. Highest skill level that you can see on these characters. Prideful, maybe? Maybe slightly, but look, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? I think it's good to take pride in your character, your skill set. And that makes for some of the best duels, man. Yep, Lamp isn't quite sure where the champ is, but yet now he's walking towards him. He's looking for it. A little bit of pixelation here. That's on our end. It's not on yours. Oh my god, what is going on? What just happened? What was that? Was there a big lag spike in this game? How was he able to do that? That might have been a little bit pixelated, but yeah, look at this. I think Gogators dropped. I was gonna say that looked like a drop right there. Yeah, we're trying to dial into Gogators stream, and it looks like he dropped. Look, we can't have it end like that, dude. We're gonna put both of these guys at Half-Life, and we're gonna pick that back up, dude. Once Lamp gets back into the, or once Gogators gets back into the game. Yeah, he clearly dropped on that. Yeah, I think, yeah, clearly DDoS win. Gators was one shot, not half. Well, he was when you rolled up on him like that and possibly CT casted on him. But you might be right. We could tap him twice. And it looks like you were probably somewhere at 750 life. All right, yeah, we'll just pick it up from there. I would say, like, that might be fair, actually. Get the champ to, like, 2/3 or 1/3. And then Lamp at half. Well, you were just at, before you bowed, 900 life. After repping back a little bit with 1,800 full, so I'm going to say somewhere around 800. We could also just go back and look. But about half. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'd hate to see it end like that. While Gogators gets fired up and we try to correct that, what we'll do is we'll cut over to this Melee Championship battle while these guys get back online, fired up and ready to go. And we'll see if we can start some of these rounds from these guys who are ready to go. You boys ready? Wow, look at this, man. Nightfall's got himself some red armor on here today. He ain't even got fortitude. Look at this. He's going full lifer armor. What is this noise? Also, Korn, aka the Vegeta. What armor is that, dude? Is that a defense armor? Is that an E-Rep defense armor? It's golden, dude. He's got the golden suit on. These guys about to throw down melee style, about to get furious on each other. All right, just want to make it so I accidentally don't click these guys. It's a secret. You will see it if I win. Oh man, see, we just making some observations. All right, here we go. Melee Championship battle right here. We've got Lycan, the druid, trying to get it back. And we have Vegeta trying to hold on to it. Oh my god, big hits from the champ so far. A great start. Both players losing their Oak Sage. And down goes the challenger, the previous champ. Man, oh man, here it is. A great start for the champion, man. He's trying to hold on to this title. He ain't trying to lose it again. All right, here we go. Round 2 between these guys. And it's hard to tell who lost their Oak Sage there. I think it might have been the champ. I think the champ lost his Oak Sage and still wins. Still wins with no Oak Sage in that battle. Whatever armor he's rocking, he don't even need Oak Sage anymore. He don't even need the bonus life. Holy shit. Can the Lamp join melee with his Cold Circ, become double champ? No, don't think it works that way. All right, here we go. Another big start. Looks like now the champ has lost his Oak yet again. That Oak loves staying away from him. You saw the recast of the Wolf right there. The recast of Werewolf. Only allowed in Fury v Fury, but we don't see it as much as we should, man. It almost seems like a lot of times people are kind of late to the party with that, but the champ was right on top of it, dude. Just morphing right back. It's one of the only duels where, well, it is the only duel where it's allowed because it's technically fair. Both players could do it. And if you're better at morphing, then you'll win the duel. Big hits from the champ right off. And look at this. This time, I was going to say his Oak Sage wasn't betraying him, but man, it really is. His Oak Sage hates him today, man. His Oak Sage has betrayed him. He says, man, I used to love that Fortitude armor you would rock. I'm not sure why you're wearing something different, man. I am not a fan. His Oak Sage is just really walking out on him here. I think he ought to fire that Oak Sage if he loses this. Really ought to fire that Oak Sage. Big hits from the challenger. Return fire from the champ. Wow. And now, Nightfall has turned the tables. It's now 3-2 in favor of Nightfall. Nightfall, by the way, the most wins and most title defenses in a row in DFC history. In a row in period in DFC history in its early stages of Melee. This guy really turning up the heat. All right. Next round, round 6 between these guys. The claws are flying. And now down goes the champion again. 4-2 in favor of Nightfall. Wow. Man, I hope this means we still get to see this armor if he doesn't win. Because holy shit, man, that's wild. I'm going to guess it's an E-Rep 2-socket defense armor. One of the expensive kind. You know what I mean? One of the kinds that we talked about in the video that's just at least a couple grand. All right, back to it. These guys going in for the next round here. Big damage from both players, dude. That one came right down to the wire. Look at that. 1 life. The champ was 1 life. And now it's 4-3. Still in favor of the challenger, Nightfall. All right, here we go. Next round. These rounds are quick, man. Champion catches an early hit, man. Early hit. But he might come back from it. It's possible he comes back from it. Oh my god, and he does. Another close duel now, evening it up at 4-4. You can't count this guy out, man. You can't count this guy out. Yeah, looks like Gators is back up and running. I believe it's storming in his area, in his neck of the woods. So it looks like he got DC'd, lost power or something. Big hits from both players, and there it is. Nightfall now breaks the tie. Incredible, dude. Now 5-4 in favor of Nightfall. Close duel, man. Very, very close. By the way, I see what you're typing, Lamp. You are not at 1200. You are at fucking 750. Now 650. Don't you fucking cheat him like that. Put him at fucking 650, champ. I see this fucking conversation. I see all. Holy shit, close duel. An attempted morph back from the champ, but now 6-4 in favor of the challenger. Man, yeah, this is wild. This is what we see right now. We've got these guys gearing back up, getting ready to duel. Lamp says he was at 1200. Certainly wasn't there. He's now at 600. All right, just to make sure, we need to 600 him. I'm pretty sure he was somewhere around 750. Yeah, it was like, I thought it was like 800. 800 to 850, I thought was real life total. Holy shit, man. And now pulling ahead for 7-4 is the challenger. Nightfall trying to get this title back. But as we know, you can't count out Vegeta, man. This guy is a savage. He's even made some changes here up in his gear. And he's really trying to mix things up and make it confusing for Nightfall. Give Nightfall something he's never seen before, which is a dogfight, a literal dogfight to the death. Both these guys morphed back, and the champion was a bit quicker on the trigger. Wow, man, that's the first duel we've seen where both Fury Druids morphed back into human form. That was savage, man. Holy shit. Pause. Back to HLD champ duel. Gonna finish. All right. We're headed back here. This duel is underway. Looks like Lamp goes to 1200. Not quite his life total. He's a little higher than he should be. But you know what? Is what it is, man. This has got to be fighting that. Dude, I'm telling you, that was a good one. Like, that duel has been savage so far between those two. Two Fury Druids, just the most dominant players in DFC Melee. Going toe-to-toe. And wow, we've seen some wild shit between those two. Now we see the champ backing off a bit. All right, now champ is at, yeah, about 25-30% health here.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Lamp got a little bit of a lead with the life. But you know what? Hey, fair trade for a disconnection fix of the duel. You're never going to get it perfect. But at least we get a semi-fair duel instead of a DC loss or DC win, right? Damn is lured. I see what you did there, Doug. Gosh. See, my intelligence is high enough to pick up on that joke. It's just, it's not a high bar, but yeah, Gurks is IDR, yep. Nope. No cap on IDR in the DFC. But also, he still gets damaged from Mind Blast. It isn't like he's immune to Mind Blast. Lamp's character is very GM. He's gone 80-20 for his light res, for his light absorb, and I think the reason he's using Gurks is twofold. He wants to stack up his rep life more than anything, but it also helps with the IDR. Also, it's got better block than Spirit. He is walking around. He is having some respect for the chance that Gogators can just deflight him, which has happened a couple of times. So I'm not sure if he's deflighted him, but he certainly has stomped him. It's hard to tell sometimes. It happens so fast. Nah, no way, dude. Right now it is currently 3-2 in favor of Lamp. It could happen. Everyone hates Lamp because he's toxic. Lamp trying to be the champ, man. I think it's a pretty high bar to be a more controversially hated champ than Vampire. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see if he gets it. We'll see. But then again, this duel ain't over, man. And Gogators plays at his best when his back is against the ropes, and that's what we're seeing right here. He's not pushing the pressure. He's gonna wait for Lamp to come get him. Like, he's gonna try to play at range, as he should, right? Like, as he should. He has the range on the sorceress, and he's gonna make that known. But now Lamp has repped to full, man. Lamp has repped to full. So Lamp says, you know what? I don't mind that. So Lamp should certainly be pushing here. He is pushing on the pressure a little bit more here. Now actually teleporting. He's using his teleport skill more. He might have just figured out how powerful that skill is. And how quickly he can traverse the map. Chat shit talking more for the next 3-5 days. And some big hits from the champ. Yeah, I think the champ was just trying to rep back some life too, honestly. Like, it's to that point in the duel where you might see that from both players. Like, there's everything on the line for the champ. He's going to try to rep back as much as he can, almost at, you know, if he could reset the duel, I'm sure he'd love to, right? And now he's actually landing some hits. Like, and he's got Lamp right back down to where he started, about 1,200 life. Elite low-key Lamp. Nah, bro. He's too aggressive. He's too aggressive at low health. He moves in the direction of his opponent at low health. Go versus Elite Necro. Yeah, Necro v Necro. Bro, if Elite ever comes back, I would... bro, he's got the champion bout no matter what, I think. I think it's just auto whoever's champion. Elite makes a comeback. It's like GSP returning to the middleweight division, man. You just gotta give it to him. Or the welterweight division. All right, now Lamp walking around those traps, trying to get a good angle on his opponent. The dude is lost. What happened? All right, Lamp's got to push the pressure here. He's got to be looking for his opponent more. You got to teleport more, man. You've got him low, and you have the lesser range. I feel like I'm watching some magic find. You about to see. Someone's about to magic find one of the most fulfilling things that you can magic find. A championship ear. Whether it's a defense or a and new. And that's one of the most fulfilling things you can magic find in the game. Well, he really isn't, Soy. Like, he really isn't able to do it because he's so low. And it'd be one thing if Lamp was low. He might be able to run it, to, like, try it. But not when Lamp is full. No shot. No shot would I even be trying that. Look, and I'm not even a good Sin player at all. Like, I still wouldn't do it. As we saw in, like, round two or three between these guys, one Blizz can just, like, one you pretty quick, dude. And especially if you're at half-life, dude, that same Blizz can probably take you right out with no absorb. He doesn't even have teleport hotkeyed? Dude, how is he getting to it? That's actually a good observation. How is he getting to it? Hacks. Bro doesn't even have... He really doesn't, dude. That or, like, what? It's keyed to something that doesn't show up? Like, what? What is that? That is strange. Yeah, he might be mouse wheeling it.
Joby emped coolies champion ears lots.
Was lag though, Kyle. Was lag, to be fair, right? Was lag. By the way, Kyle, thanks so much for that, man. Really appreciate it. Big cheers to you, brother. Even though it was lag. Everybody knows that was a 4-3 fight on the din. Last round, clearly lag. Wasn't a championship bout, though. I'm friends with Joby. Figured I'd give it to him.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, but even quick cast would be hotkeyed, right? Like, it would be hotkeyed to something, and you would be able to see it. That's such a strange teleport. Like, that's such a strange hotkeyed teleport. It might be, like, and he's quickly swapping back to it. That's the thing, is like... After whatever he does, he's quickly swapping back to it. Oh my god, big hits from the champion! Champion might have repped back some! Let's take a look. Nah, dude, he's still floating probably about the same life total he started at. He just knew he needed to get some in there, man. But now we have Lamp probably a little less than half. Gonna say probably somewhere around 35-40%. Yeah, we'll go with that, Kyle. We'll go with that. Yeah. Quill Rat, the Amazon player? Yeah. Yeah, it's good, dude. Yeah, he's a good guy. I don't know what other Quill Rat you'd be talking about. All right, Lamp, gotta push or else we're gonna do a map cut. Oh my god. Yeah, he's like literally champ is one blizz. Ooh, and now we might be Mind Blast PK. Hard telling, not knowing. Certainly Mind Blast PK now. There it is, baby. Mind Blast PK from the champ. Now making it 3-3. Holy shit. All right, in between rounds here, let's cut back over. If these guys are ready to go, unless they've taken like a shitter break or something, we could check out a couple more rounds between these guys. You guys want to roll a couple more rounds? Between the melee champions here, who will it be? Right now, I believe these guys are... It's 7-5 in favor of Lycan, aka Nightfall. And here we go. Down goes the Challenger's Oak Sage. Now the tables have turned here. And there it is. Wow, now the Challenger at 1 life. Korn, the man, the myth, coming back. Holy, now 7-6. 7-6 between these guys. What a close bout, man. Did we expect anything less, though? Vegeta and Nightfall, two of the most dominant melee players in DFC history, especially when it comes to title defenses and demoralizing their opponents on these Fury Druids. And now they meet in the Fury Druid arena. Down goes Lycan's Oak Sage again. But he comes back from it. Championship shit right there. Now 8-6 in favor of Lycan, the Nightfall, the Challenger. Eight six, man. Holy hell. Big hits from the champ. And a quick kill just like that. That one was clean. That was amazing. Now still even closer now. 8-7. Holy shit, man. Are we going to see a comeback from the champ here? Yeah, defending champ is top position right now. Position doesn't really matter much. I'm not convinced that it does. Some people swap out of gentleman's agreement, but I'm not entirely convinced it matters too much. And there it is, now tied back up at 8-8. I think they are doing that right now. These guys suggesting that they cut it at Den. It looks like Champ requested a cut at Den. I'm inclined for that. I'd like to see how the duel goes first, though. Like, and if it gets a little late, we'll just cut it. Holy shit! And now the champ pulls ahead, 9-8. Win by 2 for the championship bout. Large Marge, no shift, only click. That's what it is. All right, here we go. Can the champ do it? A good recovery from Nightfall. Morphs back. Oh my god! What an incredible comeback from Nightfall. Goes to 1, morphs back to human, goes back to wolf, and wins the duel. Holy shit, what a melee bout, man. We are seeing top-tiered Fury Druid play here with all of the tricks. With all the tricks, man. Now it's 9-9. Again, win by 2. Big hits from the champ early on, and Lycan loses his Oak Sage. Can he do it again? He cannot. Now 10-9 in favor of the champ. Still win by 2. I expected nothing less for this, man. I expected nothing less. But an absolute, literal dogfight between these guys. Incredible, dude. All right, champ trying to do it. Lycan, the Nightfall, trying to stop him. Good start for Nightfall. Oh my god, and now ties it up yet again at 10-10. All right, we're going to go one more round. And then we're going to cut over to the championship bout. I think these guys might have, in a gentleman's duel, cut this at Den. Think that might be what they've done. All right, and here we go. Next round between these guys. You know, we might be able to keep them both going at once. I think we might be able to do it both at once. Holy shit, man. 11-10 now in favor of the challenger. I was gonna say, I just want to make sure that was swapping over. I thought I was swapping. I didn't have OBS in front of me, though. But yeah, it looks like it is. Just let me know if we're awkwardly sitting on a different screen. Can the challenger do it? Oh my god, no, he can't, man. What? What? Now it's 11-11. What the actual fuck is going on? All right, what I'm going to do is in between, while these guys duke it out, we'll watch this fight, and as it gets so that someone is ahead by 1, we'll cut back over to the Melee Championship fight. Unless something ridiculous goes on, and then randomly we're going to cut back over to it. Might hear some wolf fights in the background. Look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's just the dog fight going on. Now it's 12-11 in favor of Nightfall. coming down to an RNG battle between these two. All right, here we go. Big hits from the challenger. Great start early on. Champion in a lot of trouble here. Trying to morph back. He needs to morph back again. Oh, and there it is. Nightfall reclaims the title and is the new and once again DFC champion. Incredible, man. What a duel. Would still love to see that armor. That was fun, man. Yeah, it sure was. What an incredible, incredible duel. If we can get into town here, I'd love to see that armor from the champ. That is wild. Let's see if we could see it. All right, here it is. Make sure I'm on the right screen. Everybody can see this, right? Look at this setup. He had the F-Zotted legendary mallet, has the IAS nasty damage, strength on it as well. What an incredible legendary mallet. Looks like, well, it started out as something else. Battle Hammer maybe got upped. Then he's got the 40-15 in the G-face. Love that, too. Close to a 30-69-9 in the shield, too. And Griswold's armor is what it was. What? 40-15, two 40-15 jewels in there, along with a 20 ED, or I'm sorry, some sort of enhanced damage and 20 life in there, with some 269 steel rens, 213 gores. Beautiful setup, dude. I love this. Wow. Grizz armor. Grizz armor. Wow. We need a rep to stun next time, for real. Yeah, for sure.
I can't carry
Yeah, we gonna have to do it. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm totally down. Yeah, we can check out the champs gear here too. Actually, in between this round, this might actually figure out. Might actually. It's hard to swap off this, man. You never know. You never know what's gonna happen. Let's check out Gogators though and see how he's doing. Gogators still above half. That's good. Means he's only been clocked by that one Blizz. Now Lamp though, in quite a bit of trouble. Man, his fade ran out there too. Good catch. Champion just noticed his fade was out. That could have been deadly. Long duel, man.
Soy Sauce and Andrew are the only Lamp fans.
I don't know, man. Big cheers to you, Kyle. Look, apparently he's got quite the reputation. Yeah, it looks like these guys agreed on a map cut, and Champion just reminding him of that. Yeah, I like the pace of this duel a lot better, I'll say. Big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for that, Kyle. And a big hit from Lamp, dude. That's how quickly this can turn around. This is a close match. It's hard to turn away, dude. I so badly want to look at Nightfall's gear and see how he pulled this off on his druid. See how he got that title back from this creative Griswold armor. I think that was just wild. That was so cool. But he did something different. Would love to see the setup that got the better of it, and I'm surprised it was so close, man. God, Griswold's armor, who would have thought? I wonder why not like isn't there there's another armor, like a Black Hades or something
I can't carry him.
that is E-Rep, essentially, if you find it ethereal, and has 3 sockets, but possibly the strength from Griswold's armor might have been the reason there. That's an interesting choice. Griswold's armor has natural strength on it, and the Black Hades I don't think really has much. It's a cool high defense armor, but it doesn't really have much to it. So he's basically giving up defense for strength. We use wolf tourney rules, no fort. No shit. Right now it is 3-3 between these guys. This is the round of all rounds right here. Let's cut back over to Lamp. I feel like swapping back and forth, we might miss something. This one is close. Champ is 1 Blizz. Lamp is, well, hard telling. You could be 1 solid exchange. Nice hits there from the Champ. That's usually what you see in this matchup right here, is just the slow whittling down from the Sin, right? That's why they typically turn into these longer duels with, you know, long range, long time. That's what they turn into. Just because the Sin is whittling the Sork down. The Sork is looking for her angle. Nice traps from the Champ. I was gonna say, I smell some traps up in that corner. Oh, there it is. Nice sneaky angle there from the champion. And some good hits with Lightning Sentry. Undoing all of the hard work that Lamp has put into repping back some life. Lamp is looking. Nice angle there from Lamp, and the Champ wisely gets out of there. Dude, what a nail biter, man. By the way, Nightfall, thanks for your patience, big guy. I appreciate you, man. Because we are gonna love seeing this shit. But man, it's like you can't turn away, right? Max life rep cap is 40. And that's basically on any character. Unless you're playing melee, then there's no life rep cap. You can use all the life rep you want. You want to rep that life back, you want to rep the full in melee, you go right for it. Ooh, beautiful angle there from Lamp, but it didn't look like he landed that Blizz. That was just a quick in and out. Just looks for that name lock, quick, and then gets out of there. Almost had it there again. Great, amazing pressure from the champion.
I am overburdened.
Wow, man, a nail biter. Champ backing off. Turning this into a real duel. I mean, I can only imagine. It's, yeah, because he's low. I mean, he's certainly 1 Blizz. He's basically 1 orb if Lamp pushes. Lamp should certainly be pushing here. Like, this is a finish that he usually doesn't get punished too much, even in these exchanges where he gets a little aggressive. And it's such a layup if he gets in there and lands anything. I mean, an orb is a win here.
I can't carry anymore.
Epic duel between these guys. Lamp looking for that angle, looking to sneak up underneath the champ. Lamp frustrating gameplay. Doing that walk. But look at these angles from Gogators. Actually very good. He's trying to he's trying to take advantage of Lamp just walking around and cutting him off at these weird angles. So even if he walks wide, he's got a ton of traps. Like right there waiting for him. Good angles on those. It just might, Odin. It just might.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
Oh man. Champ got a little sneaky there. Map has cut it down, it appears. Gotta be wary of that, Lamp. That's the second warning. Gotta stay above that den. He might be. He might be, honestly, one Fire Blast away, but it's going to be hard for Gogators to get in there until Gogators reps back some life, because it's just so dangerous, man. You're clearly just one clip of a Blizz away. That's the thing. It makes it, like, sure, it's easy to, we look at it and we say, oh man, he's so close. This is just all he needs to do. But there's a calculated risk and reward with it. And it's so hard to take that risk. Because the risk is you're going to have to go in, teleport, get a name lock, then get your stomp, swap to Fire Blast, and hopefully land some hits before the Sorceress teleports away, right? The Sorceress just has to self-blizz, right? They just have to see that you're going for that, and then they just self-blizz.
Play to win. Don't play to not die.
You know, that's a great one, Kyle. I'm actually pouring one out to that. Bro, thanks so much for your generosity, man. I appreciate you. We're really busting out the spaceship rocket fuel now for that. Well said. You know,
I am overburdened.
I gotta say, I'm not retracting that statement. I'm just saying that at the highest level of competition, oftentimes, the only way to win is to not lose. You play to win until you're about to lose. Then you play to not lose until you can play to win. That doesn't sound as pretty, though. And, but it's true. Big cheers, Kyle. Thank you so much, man, from the spaceship rocket fuel. Nah, Sin is at Den. Sin's all the way up top, dude. Repping to full, man. That's the way. If he reps a little bit more, he might be able to take 2 blizzes. But depending on how much blizz hits, it could only be 1 still. Yeah, your life climbs harder with a lower rep pool, so yeah, for sure. That's why it appears as though Lamp's life total just returns so quick. It's because he only has like 2k life versus the 4k that Gogators has. I think it was originally why people just hated on the life rep for an ES Sorceress. They were just like, oh no, man, it only looks like it's bad. It just climbs up quick because they have a smaller life pool. The real problem there is ES, which has been limited in DFC and in a lot of places. Big hits from the champion, looking for that name lock, and then there it is, the self-blizz, right? Like the escape and self-blizz. That's why it's so hard to do that. And Gogators just being very opportunistic about it, landing some nice hits here. Gogators, 1,300 life. He's trying to rep to half. Nice pressure, and that might have actually connected on that trap there. Beautiful way that Gogators is dodging the blizzes at this point. He's certainly figured out the pattern and the strategy of Lamp. He's getting better at recognizing when his opponent's going to drop it. Lamp slowly pushing. Oh my god, he lands a blizz. And that's why we rep the full, boys. That should have killed him, but it didn't. If he'd have landed that blizz 10 seconds earlier, fucking championship would have been his. That's why we rep the full. And there it is! Gogators defends his title versus Lamp. Close duel, man. Very close duel between these guys. Unbelievable. What a savage fight, dude. That was... It's always a nail biter between these two, man. It always is. Let's check on the champions gear. Speaking of champions, let's see what this armor was, right? The legendary axe. Oh my god, Arcane's Valor. Dude was rocking Arcane's Valor. What the fuck? He probably hits the FHR breakpoint of 86 here with this gear, I'm pretty sure. What a savage setup, dude. And this was the build that took it down, man. It's Arcane's Valor versus Griswold's. No, Arcane's wins all day. And people say this armor is pointless. What? What is this, man? So, there's apparently a different rule set in Drew v. Drew. We're going to have to check this out. Yeah, 86 FHR setup. I love that, man. That's really cool. We're going to have to check that out because Druids are a pretty dominant class in Melee, man. We might have to do something different. Even if it's just Druid v. Druid to start. Slowly and surely moving towards a perfect rule set. It's tough, but I think that's cool as shit. No fort. Wild duels between these guys. And an incredibly unique armor. GG's, man. Sick setup from both of you. That was wild. Wow, what a wild night of fights we have so far, man. I believe, is this Red Rum also that I see in the Discord ready to go? The name gets truncated because I'm in streamer mode for Discord, but is this Red Rum? Can someone confirm who sees him in the channel? I can't quite see the full name. Lamp actually, his power went out. He needs another round. Oh, Jesus. All right, this time we'll start... This time we'll start Gogators at 1,000 more life than he should be at. Bro, that was... No, not me yet. Waiting on bank. Oh, okay, so this is not Red Rum. This is... Name starts with an R. Hold on, I'm gonna have to take off... I'm gonna have to unstreamer mode this real quick, because I can't see the name. I hate how it truncates that. I wish there was a way that you could fix it. Oh, that's Ryan! Oh, that's my opponent! Oh, shit, okay. Okay. Oh, shit, alright. I'm gonna have to switch accounts here. I'm gonna have to get ready. That's my opponent. He's ready to go, man. Alright, let's spy on him real quick. Let's just do some spying. It's inconspicuous.
Cooley, can we get a lamp chat champ roll in chat for the tears? Tears of joy.
Oh my god. A lamp chat champ roll. Oh my god, we probably need one of those. For like Coolio low rolls and shit, you know? Like chat / troll champ. Probably needs to be there. Alright, this dude's on a Zon. We're gonna have to... Look, I don't like playing against Zons ever. But we're gonna have to give him the Din treatment. Top Din shit, man. Unless he's playing on something else, and then we'll try to metagame him a little bit. Just be like, oh shit, man, I picked the wrong character. You know, no one signed us up for a class. We can just fucking jam, slam, Alabama. Whatever we bring. Oh, and you just coming back? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it happened, dude. It happened. It fucking happened. That's all it took. Odin just needed to go grab a drink, and that's what it took with the duel, and it was over. Oh my god. You know what? I think we're gonna have to ban Soy Boy too. Is that Coolio low alt? For fuck's sake. Yo, what's up, Dong? Big cheers to you, man. Alright. Low level duels. Game is full. Alright, Ryan. Alright, hold up. I'm just gonna pop into the voice chat, see if you can hear me. Yo, Ryan. Can you hear me, big guy? Oh, yep. What's up, dude? I just muted and then I heard you.
Nah, good.
Yeah. All right, dude. Hold up. I'm making a game right now. I'll PM you the details.
Yeah, all good.
All right. It is. There we go. We might have to clear them more. Are you bringing that Zon in? I'm a little scared of it.
Yes, sir.
Oh fuck, dude. All right.
All right. Ears are cheap.
I mean, look, if we call you for hacks or you know, something that seems strange, it's only because you're on a Zon. It's cut the cheese.
That'll be better, right?
Right, yeah, there it is. Who the fuck is? I fucking knew it. Someone on the soundboard.
Excuse your sound.
All right, I'm gonna go back to mute, dude. But I'll talk with you in game.
Oh, he's just leaving? You can't just
Oh, what
leave?
the fuck, dude? What
Bail
is,
quest.
what the fuck? That soundboard is great.
I need a key.
These guys are just ready. They know that soundboard better than I do. Oh, you just leaving? You gotta leave? We got to do the bail quest. Fucking sound, man. Sound made that soundboard. Shit is so epic. Yeah, for sure. Only Coolio Low would say unban Coolio Low. That's a clear giveaway. But you know what? I'm willing to give Coolio Low another shot on his new account. All right. But that toxicity's got to go. Because here's the thing. All right, I'm gonna say this serious for a minute. There's a lot of people that put a lot of hard work into these events every week, man. So if all you got's bullshit to say, just shut the fuck up. Right? There's a lot of people that put some good hard work into this, build their characters up, set up this event, put data in, run programs, design, make programs from scratch, the best programs. So it's nothing personal, Coolio Low. It's just like, man, shut the fuck up if that's all you got to say, right? Like, it's cool. We're usually, as you know, pretty liberal with letting people say whatever they want. But the toxicity's got to go. Tommy Fred's Trains. My dude, big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, man. You gonna kick some ass tonight or what? Look, that's what I'm trying to do here. We're trying to get in here. I know where that shrine is in case I need that. I have to keep that in mind. Shrine is right there. We've got puddles down here, so we're going to stay away from this part of the map. Alright, now let's get the Zon gear going. Alright, I'm gonna... Let me see, I'm gonna... You know what we can do? Whereas Ryan is also sharing his screen, what we can do is we can swap back and forth between both of our screens. This is gonna be sweet. Alright, I gotta make sure I've got the right Zon stuff on, though. I need massive mana, constant pushing of pressure. We're gonna do this. We're gonna wipe the sweat off the hands. Constant pushing of pressure. And we need big mana. What's our cast at? We've got 140, so we could give up 10 on the amulet if we so needed to. For some massive... Yep, we got some DR. DR mana. There we go, baby. Hammer's still okay. Alright. Let's see if he knows the tricks, man.
Hello.
Let's see if he knows what's up.
Greetings.
Alright, you might hear some double sound here, but that's alright. It should kind of synchronize, because we've got Ryan's screen going on, and we've got my screen going on. So we're going to see, hopefully get to see this from both angles as the duel progresses. Give you a great viewing experience. Big shout out to Ryan for sharing his screen during this co-main. Second, third, fourth co-main. Wow. Lamp almost had the championship tonight, man. That was good. Go, bro. Here we go. Round 1. All right, we're just going to get in. Good duel, man. Good duel. Holy shit, that was close.
Weekly hush money payment.
What? Quill Rat? Oh, Botaurus. Oh, shit. All right. Man. Got me a little nervous there. Man. Yeah, thank you, bro. That's, get it together. So I was a little nervous. I thought it was Quill Rat. Botaurus, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that. 2024, man. Yo, that was a close duel, man. Holy shit. I thought I might have had it, but I ran out of mana at the end. And I just knew that was going to happen. I was like, as soon as we run out of mana with this, we're in a lot of trouble. Soon as we run out of the mana, we're in trouble. Go, bro. 101. All right, here we go. Round 2. Let's see the fancy footwork from the Ribeye, aka Ryan.
That's a tough piece of beef.
Damn, bro. Well done. By the way, Kyle, big cheers to you, man. All right, we might have to switch it up. He definitely has he has what he should have. He's got the cold damage in there, which is going to slow us down a little bit. So we're going to have to think about this. We're going to go. Yeah, I think we're just going to go with this. Hold up. What's the... We have 115. We're going to try to... Yeah, we're going to crank it up like this. Good enough, man.
Greetings.
Look. It's tough to do. It's a tough matchup. Ryan. The Nasty's on. It's now 0-2. All right, let's see if we can get this. We missed. God damn, dude. I also noticed I didn't have my hotkeys up there. I didn't have the right hotkeys up, which is really a shame. GG. Fuck, dude, he's good on that Zon. Oh, I did have him. I just didn't hit him. Alright. Here we go. 3-0 in favor of Ryan. His DFC debut here. I think it's probably hacks, if I had to guess. Ooh, holy shit. All right, we gonna see a big comeback.
The order welcomes you.
Yeah, we might have to smite. We might actually have to work the smite in there. Lamp doing his thing. Or I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm sorry to insult you like that, Ryan. I saw Lamp in the chat, and sometimes thoughts are hard. All right, here we go. 3-1. Good duel, man. Holy shit. Fancy footwork, man. This guy is good on that Zon, and he's got a good setup with it, too. Bro, that's the difference in both LLD and HLD. A good Zon player is somebody who knows how to work those feet, dude. And I gotta say, of all the LLD dins, there's none that fucking work din feet like I do. I'm the fucking best mover of all dins. Like, and it's not even close. So for this guy to be able to juke shit like that, that's some big shit. Like, that's his angles, his speed, like that was good. That was nasty. ICX says, hey. Bro, I've never seen better footwork than me versus the Zon, all right? Most people just hold down charge. You know, they usually foot charge their opponent, right? They just hold the shift charge them. All right? Look, we don't need to see any of that, ICX. Look, yeah, we don't need any of that nonsense. So, you know, juck fuckery. But dude, those were some fancy feet, man. What's this guy got? Let's see. We're looking at his screen right now. He might be able to show us off what he's rocking on this Zon. This is cool, man. Zon is one of those LLD characters that I've always wanted to build. He's using the Superior Ashwood bow. This is classic right here. That's what a lot of Zons rock, or used to rock in LOD. Sick helm there. Big mana, min and max damage. Oh my god, I know exactly where he got that amulet. A buddy of mine, Chris, the guy that we run through on ladder resets, actually found that. And he says, yeah, I sold it to somebody in LLD. Man, yeah, well, now we know who. God damn you, Chris, I just got beat by your amulet. Bro, that's nasty. Yeah, sick setup here. An inventory full of the 3XX15s. There's two that are different color there. Oh, he's got some poison charms. Ooh. 81 poison charms. So there it is, man. A little bit of cold damage. That right there is what's up. Okay, those are res charms that he's got over on the side. Just for that FOH, man. Keep him honest. Yeah, very nice setup. The thing is, he's got the ability to adapt on all fronts here. You can see he's got it in his charms. Like this, yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a whole stash full of, like, alternate charms he can swap to. That's wild, man. Sick Zon. Gosh. You know, usually it takes a special kind of Zon. GG's, my dude. Love being on stream. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Was a good duel. Yeah, you fought well. People are in trouble versus that Zon. Good gear, great gear, and a great Zon player. Takes more than just the gear, man. You got to be a good Zon player, and like you could tell right away, he knew how to go up against the Den. He swapped to the cold damage charm, which essentially forces me to swap to higher damage because I got to make my hits count. Like, I can't just pressure you with a spirit dimensional blade anymore. I have to swap and make my hits count. And yeah, he did it. He pulled it off. That was wild, dude. Nicely done. G effing G. Then we got a couple more people. We got IZX up in here. Is that who I'm looking at? Hold up. Is that who I'm looking at here? IZX? Someone can confirm? Yeah, he's in an LLD game too. Yeah, he says yes. Yeah, I see Murder LLD up in here. I was like, yeah, that's him. That's him. By the way, I just want to say a good official big cheers to Botaurus. Thank you so much for that donation, man. We were, we were on a high there from round 1, which was probably the most exciting round of all that. That round was back and forth, dude. Like, I thought I might have had him. If I didn't run out of mana from like all of the charging and shit, I was like, that could have been my round. But yeah, this is an LLD duel right here. But close. He played well. I think that was our best round. Was round 1. It was just so close. It was back and forth. But he quickly adapted to that, dude. He picked up quick. He's like, all right, this ain't no chumped in, dude. We gotta get up in there. Yeah, big cheers to you, man. Botaurus, thank you so much, brother. And also, Kyle, wanted to give you a good official cheers as well, brother. We've poured into the spaceship rocket fuel now, so we're charged up and ready to go. And just want to thank you, man. That kind of generosity keeps the dream alive, man. It's so cool. I think back, I was reflecting on this the other day. I'm like, how fucking cool is it that I'm at this point? Like, we're at this point, all of us really in life, where there's an event like this that goes on every week. We get to enjoy it in the greatest game that's ever made, man. You guys make that possible. So that kind of support is huge, man. I really appreciate it. I want you guys to know that it means a lot. Silent Blue says, give me my fucking duel. All right, Silent Balloon needs a melee match. All right, he needs a melee match. Is this the actual duel between these two? Hold up, bro. If we can't find you on Silent, I'll go against you because I'm gonna need an easy win tonight. Need me an easy win. Need to get back on the winning streak here. Okay. Holy shit, dude! I think this might be legit. Is this IZX versus Murder? Is this legit? Is this legit? Holy shit, man. He's on the Poon Den. Yeah, IZX versus Murder. Okay, good stuff. Barb v. Den. And he's doing it on the Poon Den, man. This is something right here. This is the notorious Poon Den. Love this thing, dude. Now, this is why he says, hey, look, I'll fight that Zon. He doesn't even have anything socketed in his helm right here. This guy he's not even done building his character. Yeah, the name checks out. LOL.
Cooley up in here yelling, are you not entertained?
That's right, maybe some gladiator shit, bro. Every week, I feel like these events get smoother, better every week, man. They really do. Holy shit, what a fight. You seeing this? Amp damage proc off the Poons, and he gets there versus Murder on the Barb. That was wild. By the way, Kyle, big cheers, man. Thank you so much. That was an amp proc off the Poons, dude. LLD is so different, man. It's not match point. It goes FT4. So it's only 2-0. No match point. Goes FT4. So we could see a big comeback from Murder. Murder is a legendary LLD player. He played, I believe, on multiple classes. Oh my god, nice hits there. I thought we used to see him on a Din too. I'm very sure he used to play on a Din, possibly a Charger. I think he was on a Charger or a hybrid Charger / ranged character. Charge is essentially ranged, but you know what I mean. Some sort of backup, whether it was FOH or throw or something. Almost like a Murder Din of LLD. By the way, what's up, man? Bruno, how's it going, brother? Yeah, bro, as long as your internet doesn't cut out on you. Dude, big cheers, man. So good to see you here. Bruno versus Silent Balloon melee match? Dude, I'd totally be down for it, but I'm not sure if Bruno's internet will be. Oh, nice defensive whirlwinds there from Murder. Oh my god, and he got punished with that staff out. Dude, Barb is such a hard class to play in LLD, especially if you're playing up against a good Din. Like a Din that will take the risk of charging you, and especially when they think they have you figured out, when they think they have your timing figured out. And IZX is one of those dudes, man. He's got some good time in here. And he noticed that he caught Murder with his staff out. That was wild. All right, it says OBS disconnected, reconnecting. Are we still live? Looks good. Looks like we're live. What is the best LLD character? It's a good question. I think under current rule sets, probably the Barb. But that depends who's playing it. I think the Zon, you could say the same thing for that. The Zon in LOD was the one that kind of rose to the top as the best class. But things were different in LOD. Nice smites there from IZX. Nice whirls from Murder. Amazing. But now I think we're going to see IZX keep the distance and try to win with throw here because he is dangerously low. All Murder needs is one big hit. Just like that. He needs to close the distance and get in. Now it's 3-2. Zon for teams or Pally support. Necro's also very good on teams, though. If you know what you're doing on it. Like, Chum is an insanely good LLD Necro player. And if you've seen him in teams, it'll all make sense. Like, he's always the player that keeps amp up. He's just a perfect support player. Like, if your opponents make a wrong move, he, like, bone walls them in. It's so wild. Or bone prison, too, depending. Like, you can bone prison with in teams, because people are just kind of expected to have teleport. Nice hits from Murder right off the bat, turning into a close match. Now Murder trying to run away, though. He's got that amp proc. Might have been playing a little bit of red herring there. Wow, unbelievable, dude. Tie duel, yep. It's now 3-2-1. Yeah, that's the score. Because that's a good observation. Yep, it's still 3-2. Because that duel double KO right there would have ended the match. Instead, it's a draw. Oh, Murder's also streaming, bro. We get to see this Barb play. We get to cut over to Murder. Oh man. Love the look of this Barb, man. It looks like he has a lifer helm there too. He's got a lifer helm. Hard to tell what his axes are. But I wouldn't be surprised if he has dual honors. That's kind of what a lot of Barbs go with these days. But I honestly think that there might be some merit in going back to the old school Barb setup where nice bait and switch right there from Murder. He's pulled the staff out trying to bait Poon into a charge. He got it and he just whirlwinds back. Amazing gameplay from Murder. That was insane. It's now tied up, man. 3-3. Holy shit. Good LLD match here. But I think there might be some merit in switching back to the Robo Axe. I've played around with it a little bit. I'm still waiting on getting a couple of good duels, and I might actually put a Savage Robo Axe together because it just helps you hit the whirlwind breakpoints. And people say that you don't really need them on the barb, and clearly you don't, but I wonder how much of a difference it would make. You know, I'm sure it's been tested, but as you guys know, I haven't banged my head against the wall enough with it to really know for sure. And honestly, I've heard some things about some things that were tested in both, you know, HLD and LLD before, and have just done them anyway, and have been pleasantly surprised. Like, you know, done the faux pas things anyway. No fooks given. For in search of LLD channel / Discord for more viewing LLD duels. There is an LLD 101 Discord out there. And that's the big one from what I know. Toshank also used to run one. Oh my god, he gets that amp in there too. Now Poon going in for the charge. Murder trying to bait him. Oh my god, if we've never seen a closer LLD match in DFC history. These guys are just beating each other up, dude. Like, this is just... This is wild. This is back and forth yet again. It's now 3-3-2. 3 wins to 3 wins, 2 draws. Wow. Oh, LLD Silent Balloon? Bro, I'll do that. I'll do some LLD. You have LLD Sork, Necro, or Melee. Bro, let's do some LLD Silent. I need to get back in the winner's bracket, all right? You pick Sork or Necro, whichever one you want, bro. I'm just going to come in on the Din. It's probably my most complete. I might actually switch it up to a Charger, though. I might go Charger just to bring my favorite, like, just my all-time favorite LLD character in. It might not be S tier, but it's a fun one to play. Whichever you'd like. Sork or Necro, I'm going to go Charger. Well, I mean, this is essentially it. This is an LLD match in the DFC. Yeah, so there is a leaderboard. There's a champion. ASD is the champion, man. Brian. Dude's a savage. One of the best LLD Zon players we've seen. But he might have some competition, man. Ryan, I can tell you right now, personal experience, that guy's savage. And there it is, man. Big comeback from Murder. He gets in there, even through the amp charge. Makes it 4-3-2 for the final score. What a close match. 9 rounds in an FT4. That was savage. Hell of a fight, man. By the way, Brute Pendragon, what? 5 gifted memberships? Bro, holy shit. Thank you so much, my dude. We're going to the spaceship for a special cheers, man. We got to refuel. Look, I know it looks like I pull things out of the Aether here, and you might think it's like because we're in a green screen or something, and the green screen cuts off here. It's not true. We're fucking traveling 7 times the speed of light above Sanctuary, and weird shit happens. We're pulling shit out of the Aether. All right? Just so that we're all on the same page. All right? And Kyle, if you say anything about the fucking Quill Rat, same logic shit. I see you, bro. Brute Pendragon, thank you so much, man. Big cheers to you for the 5 gifted, bro. Holy shit. It keeps the spaceship going. Keeps it flying 7 times the speed of light, man. Really appreciate you.
LLD. God has entered the game.
That's what it is, man. Kyle with the 279 Canadian coins says God has entered the game. Yeah, that's right. It's about to happen, man. It's about to. Big cheers to you, Kyle. Thank you so much, man. Again, I really appreciate you. Really appreciate you, brother. Look, and that's the kind of luck that we're gonna need on this guy, right? Like that's the kind of positivity that we're looking for. All right, Silent. I'm gonna send you the game name on this, and then we'll get it going, man. Then we'll get this going. GG's, by the way. Murder versus IZX was a nasty duel. That was so good. Sorry, I'm just seeing this. Going up now. Okay, hold up. Before we get this, there's actually a duel going on. These guys have been waiting for a while. This is one that I really want to see. Before we get this, I'm going to send Silent Balloon the game name. And, all right, so we're in this. And give me one sec, though. This is going to be between Trucker Gut and Kramer, which this is a big duel I've been waiting on, man. This is huge. I'm going to pop into their game and check this out. This is huge. If you remember the performance of Trucker Gut last week, this guy was surprisingly good. I went up against him, and that din is so wild. It's so good. All right, I'm going to probably switch to a better character here so that we can... so that we can actually PK people when their fort proc goes off, you know? We gotta be ready for it. Someone gotta kill Hazaid.
I can't. Impossible.
Get him. Easied him, dude. Easied him. All right, we ready whenever you guys are. All right, so Verdacci is, I believe, no, CZ is Trucker Gut. Yeah, CZ is Trucker Gut. And Verdacci is, oh, hold on, oh my God, what? Yeah, that's Kramer. All right, hold up, we gotta, yeah, I'm just gonna, I might not be strong enough to kill him. Hold on. All right, where's my hotkeys at? All right, there we go. Here. I got you. Dude. I don't think I barely got a round off Trucker Gut last week. And now Kramer coming in and I think it's gonna have to be me and Kramer next, man. This guy's trying to show me up or something? You trying to make my din look like a joke? Oh my God, another win from Kramer, but that was a close duel, man. He almost went down for that one. That was so close, so quick between these guys. Both of them smacking so hard, brother. Like, this is wild. 0-2 in favor of Verdacci, aka the Kramer, the DFC veteran, and now 3-0. Unbelievable, dude. Oh, look, we got an archer trying to whoa, I never noticed the name on this PVM character. They don't need to bring race into this, right? They never needed to. That is an unnecessary adjective here. What are they trying to get me demonetized on YouTube by making the distinction here? Like, that really matters? Right? Doesn't matter at all. Okay? All easy. By the way, Trucker Gut trying to make a big comeback here. Right, you know, they could have not been so horrible about that, right? I find that offensive. Just kidding, I really don't. Oh, man. All right, okay, you know what we've got going on here now? Trucker Gut is getting pissed, and that clearly works in Melee. The mouse can sense your emotional state of being, right? And depending on the relationship you have with BattleNet, that can come into play. This is clearly true. No one needs to Google it. And there it is, man. A big comeback. Now tying up the score. 3-3 between these two titans.
Hey, I've been nice this Thursday. I know I have been spicy. It's not like I've been sneaking quill rat harassment in. I could sprinkle that shit on everything. Lol.
Yeah, I mean, at least you haven't been doing that and, you know, spreading that kind of fake news like I'd ever been killed by a quill rat after we'd, you know, settled some sort of settlement outside of court with Mr. Quill Rat for hush money. Like, yeah. I don't know why I got so specific on that, all right? No one needs to know about my personal business and lawsuits, okay? But the point is, I appreciate how kind you've been, Kyle. Thank you so much, brother. That's huge, man. Big cheers. All right, now it is 5-3 in favor of Trucker Gut. Is that right? Hold on. Yeah, 5-3 in favor of Trucker Gut. Kramer was off to an incredible start here, but, you know, these types of melee matches, they aren't over till they're over. And as you've seen, they can go back and forth right up until the bell, man. But it's surprising to see Kramer come right out just with a big comeback like that. Now CZ, aka the Trucker Gut, in trouble early on. And down he goes. Now 5-4. Still in favor of Trucker Gut. If you remember, Trucker Gut, aka Kilograms, okay? This guy has some of the strangest charms in Melee, but I gotta say I love him. He's got 6 max damage, 48 AR, 35 life, large charms that he's rocking. And people don't even pick those up these days. They don't even pick them up. They just leave those large charms on the ground. And who would have thought that in one of the most expensive dueling formats, Kilos, aka the Trucker, just rocking them hoes, dude. All right, now it's 5s. This is tied right up between these guys. Sometimes we get ganked. Look, we had to take a hit from Verdacci there. He's too good.
Bye.
He was. We had to slow him down a bit. Now we can see that I'm using Juves here in this matchup, which this. No, look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Double kill. Yeah, exactly. That was wild. It's sometimes the best viewing experience when we're dead, though. It's like we could get right up close and personal. See what I mean? Look, that time we took a hit from CZ. Gosh, I gotta... Look, now it's fair. We took a hit from both players. Oh, yeah, I got him. Whoops, my bad. There we go. I could have got killed by the chilling armor there, so it's probably good I didn't try. All right, now it's 5-7 in favor of Trucker Gut, aka the Kilos. All right, I'm gonna try to stay out of these guys' business this time. I was doing better about that earlier, but now Kramer looking for a big comeback early on, landing some nasty hits, and there it is. $5-8 him. All right, here we go. Kramer making a big comeback, dude, after a rough start there against such a interestingly built Din. Oh, man, and it can all be over just like that. It can all be over so quickly. 6-8 now. Tight match between these two. Very well-built zealots. Both of these guys have incredibly built characters. Kramer, an absolute legend in Melee. Trucker Gut breaking back onto the scene after being gone from D2 for a while. But man, he comes in strong. One big hit there, honestly. That was all from one big hit. He might have been like 10-15% health there. But that was all from one big hit from Trucker Gut, man. That was wild. 6-9 in favor of Kramer, aka Verdacci, in game here. And there it is, man. Big finish from Verdacci, the Kramer on the Din, man. That was savage. Very, very impressive. Impressive from both of these guys. Both of these guys have a nasty setup with their Dins. I'm wondering what he used, what Verdacci, aka the Kramer, used. He's got that Etanax, bro. Oh, he's got that Etnax. Oh, does it keep exiting out on him? I think we were having this problem before. It keeps exiting out on him when he tries to pick something up. Yeah, that's what it was doing. Yeah. It only keeps him in the trade window for a little bit, man. They want to ban him. They don't like the fact that his gear is so expensive. That's they don't like it. All right, we'll try it one more time. And then if it cuts you out, just like link some of it in chat, dude. We can check it out. So there's the axe. He's got the steel wrens. That could have been what was glitching it out before when he takes off the helm and the steel wrens. 40-15 in the perfect SS. Beautiful for dungos. Perfect in every way that matters. Yeah, look at that axe, though. That's very close. Very close to that, what we see in that 17k axe. Certainly not there, but wow. Yeah, and a beautiful fortitude. A lot of people roll for a perfect fortitude in melee. Though that resistance doesn't really matter, man. Like, just the LPL is really the biggest thing. Yeah, very nicely put together. Very nicely done. The low rune, the 40-15 in there is just all so beautiful. Great character, dude. Amazing. Let's see what Trucker Gut was rocking, dude. He might show off these large charms that we were talking about. He might show you the secret sauce. He's got a 40-15 and a bear rune, along with a 2 paladin, 2 open socket Viso helm that also appears to have 30 strength and 9 dex. Is that right? 30 strength, 9 dex, 2 socket, 2 paladin Viso? That's the best melee helm I've ever seen for a paladin. That is wild. And this is a 2-4-2-2. I actually think that's perfect. I think that's a 100... Correct me if I'm wrong. 2-4-2-2 is perfect, right? Is that 100% perfect up shaft stop? I think it is. That or it's very close. Yeah, holy shit. And these are the charms we were talking about. The large charms, nobody picks them up. But I was so happy to see Trucker bring these in because, like, dude, these are savage. These are so good. It gives them a little bit of a... It gives them 20% more AR per charm. Or essentially, it gives him 10% more AR per charm. No, it does give him 20%. At the cost of a little bit of life. Like, I love that. And he fills up the bottom row with 3 2020s. Dude is decked out with this, man. Yeah, I love the choice for the AR. Like, that's an incredible choice for a build. When it comes down to being able to connect on your opponent and all of the digital dice that get rolled, it makes so much sense to go a little bit more AR in the large charms. It's just beautiful. Love it, dude. Yeah, and look at these gloves. A lot of people would find these gloves and they'd be like, oh man, 2 BOA, 20 IAS. They'd be like, oh, that's so awesome. But truthfully, the bow skills never matter on gloves. I see so many people in MF feds and shit, they find these 220 gloves, like BOA skills, and they get all excited about them. It's like, bro, it's actually trash. In fact, melee paladins use gloves like this because of the other stats that they have on them. It's just, bow skills are so trash. But the reason these gloves are so good is the 20 IAS, the near perfect godly roll on them. And look at that, 300 defense on gloves. 15 dex on there as well. Those are beautiful. And this is almost a 100% perfect. This is 2 to stamina off from 100% perfect for dungos. That's a beautiful one. Best one I've ever seen. And look at this melee ring. This is worth quite a pretty penny right here. Great AR roll, strength, dex, and life. That's everything you're looking for in a crafted melee ring. And a lot of times you're looking for a little bit of a bonus to strength, because if you don't get the bonus to strength, a lot of times you're just better off, and life. You're just often better off going for a rare ring, right? But this guy got a pretty decent bonus on both. A little bit of a low roll on strength for this one, but still, it's like you get a big bonus to life on top of that, on top of a great roll to AR, and you never know. That 3 to life leech, maybe someone will have a pet you can tap a little bit, you know what I mean? Doesn't necessarily work with Oak Sage, but it's good style points regardless. Yeah, very, very nice character, dude. This is awesome. Love how this is built. That helm has got to be the best thing I've ever seen for a Den helm. That's beautiful. It's 3 off from P strength, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't say you get a low roll with strength because you don't really know. Yeah, it can go up to 25. I assumed that there was a 20 roll on the base, but you don't really know that.
Good to see you.
It could be a perfect crafted 5 roll on the strength, but basically they're just looking for a bonus to strength there. And yeah, I probably misspoke about that. There's a big wide range that you can get there. My point was, if you don't get a good enough ring, a lot of times the 20 strength from a rare ring is a fair trade, right? You can get 9 min, AR, 40 life, strength, other stuff as well. Like, but the reason people go with the crafted is because of the bonus to life, big bonus to strength. It's wild. All right, we also got a couple more people, it looks like, sharing their screens in Discord. Good duel. I also have got my duel with Silent, man. We got to get back in the winners bracket here. But you know what? We have Dazer and Riz, and Dazer is from EU, so I don't want to keep him waiting any longer than he needs to, right? Like, these guys might be duking it out. And this is one also that as soon as our little program suggested that this duel go down, I was excited. I was like, wait a minute, this is a duel that should happen? And hell yeah, it is. This is probably one of the most skillful Sin v Sin matchups that you might ever see. This is Dazer versus Riz. Usually we don't like to put Sin v Sins together, right? It's a matchup we try to stay away from unless there's a lot of Sin players that sign up. Nowadays there is a lot of Sin players that sign up, but if we're gonna have a Sin v Sin on the card, this has got to be it. Like, Dazer versus Riz, 2 of the most skillful and aggressive Sin players that we've ever seen, right? People are going to call me out on saying that about Dazer right away, all right? But I will have you know, Dazer backs off when he needs to with his hybrid Sin, but otherwise, dude plays pretty aggressively, right? Like, better than most. Riz, of course, is just used to playing a Ghost Sin, which is a Sin that tries to do all of her damage with Whirlwind, right? That's what he played on for so many years. But he's recently switched to a hybrid Sin, and man, his skills on both of these types of Sins really just shines through in recent gameplay, man. This guy's a savage. Big Sin fan. Let's go Dazer and Riz. Yeah, both of these guys are insane, man. I was like, look, if we're gonna have Sin v Sin, this is the only fucking thing I want to see. Like, this is the only one I want to watch. All right, let's cut over to Riz real quick. Little bit of pixelation over here. That's not on you guys' end. That's on the stream. Look, we'll just have to use our imagination. It's better than LOD, all right? EDC until tax season for me, I guess. Yeah, Brandon. Yep, yeah. EDC for me for life. I feel like even if I get my tax money back, I would rather roll the digital dice than spend thousands on an axe all to get marginally more wins. Yeah, we have another LLD duel coming up after this. Me versus Silent should be good. Sin v Sin, the classic matchup. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this matchup, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about how it typically goes down. As in the words of the great Bowie, who now plays more D4 than he does D2, which, good for him, man. He's taken over there, really, really big in the PvP scene. I can only imagine he's on a rogue now because it's the closest thing to a Sin. But that guy was a legendary D2 Sin player, okay? And as in the famous words of Bowie, in Sin v Sin, it's whoever gets aggressive first usually loses. And both of these guys probably know that. So I'm very interested to see how this duel goes. And Riz has it in his blood to be aggressive, right? So if I was a betting man, knowing these things, I might bet against Riz. But then again, I'm like, man, I've dueled Riz on this Sin and thought that I could cheese him. And I couldn't pull it off, man. I couldn't quite get there. Right now, it appears as though Dazer is in the lead slightly. All right? Dazer is very good at grabbing those name locks and putting that pressure on when he needs to, but so is Riz. I'll go next versus Tempest. Oh, for the championship after the duel with Silent Balloon? Dude, I'd love to see it. We're going to have 3 championship fights on stream tonight. Can't wait. Oh, wait, no, that's not... Never mind. Look. Don't worry about it. I'm thinking of the wrong person, Nightfall. I know you're a champ, and then I just immediately think LLD next. You know, look, don't worry about it. There's been a lot of rocket fuel that we've been drinking. Just pretend it didn't happen. Kyle, I fucking swear. If you go there, we're just going to say, just pretend it didn't happen. All right? Kyle's thinking about talking about the Quill Rat right now, but he's not going to. He's been good. He's been good today. Like, he's been, you know, obeying the hush order. The gag order. Yeah. I don't believe Fax was on the card unless he got added late. Dude, I'd watch it. I don't see him in the Discord streaming or anything, no. I believe it's 1-0 Dazer, could be wrong. Yeah, this is a Sin v Sin is typically a long matchup, right? It's a distance duel, and I tell you about what Bowie told me because I've noticed in my time of commentating any sort of duels in D2 that Sin v Sin of all of them really does come down to that. People talk about like, oh man, they just need to get up and fire blast and all of this shit, but it's like, nah man, it's a distance strategic kind of duel.
Cooley, you got some PTSD?
No, dude, look, I'm not sure if you were included on the gag order with Mr. Quill Rat, okay? And him being barred from talking on a Cooley stream about anything that has to do with beating Cooley. Okay, I'm not sure on the defendant list who was included, but Kyle, you're really dancing on the line, okay, of that gag order. All right, dancing. Big cheers, bro. Really appreciate you. I love the running joke that we have. Clearly a joke that has no truth behind it. Big cheers, brother. We are Legion. We are Quill Rat. Bro, if I ever get... You just know, though, that if I gotta be careful now, because if I ever get killed by a Quill Rat on stream, you know Kyle's clipping it right away. Like, it's gonna be... There's no coming back. There's no nothing after that. That's it. By the way, I think we missed that one, but I believe Dazer took that. It might be 2-0 in favor of Dazer. Yeah, if Oh man, the Quill Rat. Who hasn't been killed by a Quill Rat in the blood more?
Then why are you calling me out for nothing? I'm just sitting here minding my own business.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Not at all. I don't know why I went on that tangent. That's probably didn't make any sense. You know, being a streamer is hard. You know, you gotta make stuff up on the spot. Yeah, big cheers, Kyle. Honestly, man, thank you so much. You're too kind, my dude. Big cheers. Appreciate you, brother. Me and Dong will have a smoke for you. Oh shit, I guess my game closed. I'm gonna jump back in to a game and possibly between rounds. This is gonna be a long round. I think long rounds between these guys. So what we can do is actually just pop in between this and an
Making
LLD
stuff
match.
up like it didn't happen.
Yeah, like that's what. Look, we don't do that here. We don't do it here. That's not something we do. Okay? Not at all. Definitely not anything we would do at all. Oh shit, I gotta go grab my charger. Hold up. I said I would be on the charger tonight. We'll get some rounds in between. Me versus Silent Balloon. Clearly, I'm gonna get back into the winner's bracket here. Yes. Is it fire? Let's see. Why do I have a tele staff on this guy? All right, we've got the... All right, he's... Yep, nope, maybe. What? All right, I'm gonna assume it's fire. Okay, so we're gonna go... Yep, spirit here. And we'll go... And that way, if he's ES, that will kind of punish him. But now we're low on strength for this. 113. We need 1 strength. Where to get the 1 strength on this guy? We need something like... 8. We need 8 strength on a ring. Or, what's my fire res? Oh, it's horrible without that. Okay, so we need that. Can also just do this. Then that should get us there. We have fire res that way. Can't give it all up though. ES or no? It matters because I can wear protection versus ES. I can wear protection versus the ES fire. No. Okay, good stuff. Alright, we've got Zeal here, but we're going to need something different. We're actually going to need the Fist Conviction. Conviction. Fist. Alright, man. Well, let's do it. Round 1. Between me and Oops, aka Silent Balloon. Go, bro. All right, here we go. Round 1. He's got the name lock. We're just gonna let him blow through fireballs. We connected there. We connected there. Now he's gonna kick back a little bit.
Good evening.
By the way, I think Dazer cut out his stream. I was just going to cut back over to this. I think those guys might have been done. Wait a minute. That sucks. We missed the ending of that? That was way quicker than I thought it was going to be. Fuck, dude. Or are they just switching servers? They might be switching servers because Days are from EU, Riz from America, and last I knew it was like 2-0. So they could just be swapping servers. Yeah, switching to EU. Okay. Not sure, Luke. It's probably worth something. I would say at least like 150 forum gold, which is probably the equivalent of like 2 or 3 bear runes. Fire immunity for the win. What do you mean fire immunity? We only got 75 fire res. We're just playing it safe. All right, 1-0. I think it was 3-0, Brody. If I'm picking up what they're putting down, I think it was 3-0. And that was on America. All right, here we go. Round 2. Boom, dude. We don't dick around. We caught him running. We caught him running.
Hello.
What is it, 10 worth non-ladder, given the DFC rules? Probably just as much. I would say, if not more, because less people keep them. All right, here we go. Round 3. Oh, good hits. Okay. Okay. I think those hits were probably pretty punishing, if I had to guess. Just work him down, lull him to sleep. See that CT casting the FOH? Just lull him to sleep a little bit. Get him running. Respect instantly. Wrong. No CA and no telly. Need a token. Out here just bullying. Yeah, here we go. I got you, bro. Yeah, he respect and he forgot to put a point into teleport. Happens all the time. He says bully. Look, I ain't bullying anymore, Kyle. I gave him a token, okay? That's a fair game. That's more than most people will get out of getting bullied, okay? Now 3-0 in favor of God, the bounty hunter. In case you guys don't know, this guy's won me some forum gold just by PKing nubs in pubs. It's the most forum gold I've ever won on a PK character, okay? God, the bounty hunter. You don't mess with this guy. See those horns? He's pissed. I'm making sure that every helm I get to is this style. Because we don't dick around with that. Has to be this style. All right, here we go. Someone has to come in and stop the bully. All right, now we're hunting. Now we're hunting. Now we hunting, baby.
Yes?
Bam. GG, dude. GG. That was sick, man. Well, we might have to run it back soon. We'll have to run it back soon, dude. Maybe Sork v Sork. Look, it's kind of... I've never seen anybody beat this character. God. Like, we've never seen anyone. We almost banned him. Right? He's too much... He is a bully. Look at him. I think it's really because of the look. It's not anything else. It's just all the look. That's it. Yes, indeed. Good reminder, too. We've got Red Rum and Nightfall. It looks like these guys are live. I'm going to pop in. Also, Dazer is back up. All right, GG. These guys are back up to finish that match. All right, while... let's see. Let me see if these guys are ready. Riz versus Dazer is going to be pretty insane. Yeah, okay. These guys are ready to roll. All right, let's pop over to this real quick. GG. Good duel, Silent Balloon. Big cheers to you, brother. Yeah, we're going to have to do it, Brody. I need to put together like a new build. I want it to be with something new and different, possibly an MLD. I've been brainstorming on the side, all right? I think it's a good idea. I want to do it with a very unique character and just do weird shit with it and PK people, but I also want that same like surprise effect of them just being able to die instantly. Yeah, and we'll pop back after back and forth after this round in order to get more views in here, more views for more duels. Nightfall also dueling, and Nightfall I believe is on to his HLD matchup now. This is the perks, man. You can sign up for just give us the heads up, and you can be on multiple cards. All right, multiple HLD, LLD, melee. You could be on them all. You could technically be a triple champ. You know, I don't think we will ever see that in the DFC. I'm not sure if anybody actually does all three. LLD, HLD, and Melee. And is a promising prospect in all three, I should say. But right now, we're watching Dazer's standpoint. They've now switched to the EU server. Riz trying to win this back a little bit. Now, Dazer probably aware that his opponent might have a little bit more of a lag issue this time. Maybe he'll push the pressure a little bit more, giving Riz the opportunity to get in there and land some hits, but you never know. So it was, I believe, 3-0. Correct me if I'm wrong. 3-0 on America with this. Yeah, I could ask, dude. I would love to see Riz's gear after this. Riz and Dazer would be really cool to see for sure. I think that's a good one, Brody. We ought to see what these guys are up to. I'm sure Dazer will show this off after. I didn't see Riz streaming. It might be because he's on EU now and he's trying to save. So, oh no, he's there. Riz is there. This is Riz's screen. Riz going up against Chinese. I don't know the difference. All right, I'm gonna say this. It could be Chinese characters, Korean, Mandarin stuff. I don't really know. I don't know what those characters are, but the point is, they're meant to be read in American. All right, they're meant to be read as number one. And Riz, the notorious, most famous, most bestest ghost player in the world, now putting his hybrid Sin skills to the test against one of the most decorated Sin players in the world, if not the most. Dazer is really racking him up. I actually think Dazer is the most decorated hybrid Sin player in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong for D2. Like, there's no one more decorated than him now. It used to be that Bowie was. It's possible that Toshank has racked up some pretty good titles as well, but specifically as a Sin player, I doubt more have racked him up than Dazer. Guy's a legend. So Riz is really putting these hybrid Sin skills to the test. This I think, if Riz loses, is an interesting eye-opener for him. Like, you know, he's at least dueling against one of the best to do it, right? Which only makes his hybrid Sin skills better, as if they weren't already good enough, right? But then again, he could shock the world here and beat Dazer. Like, that's just the type of player that Riz is. Riz always able to adapt to his opponent, learn their style, learn their way that they approach, the angles that they take. We've seen him do this over and over and just adapt and learn his opponent on the fly. And that first set of 3 rounds there might have been just what he needed to do that. NYC Maxim, best off meta. I don't even know if you can call it off meta anymore. It's like just full, I don't know, you probably still could. Most people were on a hybrid Sin, and he was on just full elephant. Yeah, and for sure, most decorated off meta too. Like NYC Maxim, just the best, one of the most knowledgeable Sin players in the world for sure. Grandfather of the kick Sin, the first player ever of the elephant Sin. We're gonna call it the creator of the elephant Sin. Someone else put it out there as a meme. Dude just took it to the next level. And even the elephant Sin that dude originally created was a joke. It was like, it wasn't even, it was like not even the build that Max actually put together. Max could have easily called it something different and it would have been acceptable, right? It wouldn't even have been close to what the other guy put together. The other guy had like Shaco and like Hodo and just dumb shit, like dumb, very basic items. It was actually a meme. It was actually a joke. And then NYC Maxim took it to the next level, like putting the infinity on there, putting the facets in the helm and all of the gear everywhere he could, just sundering his opponent's resistances, jacking up the lightning damage. As far as I'm concerned, Max is actually the creator of the elephant Sin. Like, other dude just put it in there, named it as a joke against some other weirdly named character. And here we are. Like, Max actually took it to that level. You should see my Sin is absolutely trash. Easily worst class. LOL. Is Poison Dagger viable? Isn't the animation super long or something? Well, it uses attack frames, so it's best on the assassin. Max, Speak of the Devil, has also is just the spirit of one of the funniest Sin clips I've ever seen, where he one-lifes Raiden after smacking him with a Poison Dagger, and he used it off on the charges that he had on a rare Chris or a rare Cinctia, and so theoretically, it has a use case in PvP, but in charges only and on a Sin. And the way that he does it is he abuses the Venom. So he casts Venom, and then there's some sort of weird interaction that happens between Venom and Poison Dagger. Poison Dagger looks to extend the range of your poison damage. Venom tries to shorten it. So when those two skills clash at a high enough level, there's some weird poison damage that gets all applied at once. And that's how Max was able to do that and just apply nasty, vicious poison damage quickly against his opponents. We actually, and if you're talking about it in a PVM sense, I actually tested that same glitch in the Uber challenge, like in the video that I just put out with that Necro. I didn't talk about it, and I probably should have. Like, it's a very interesting concept that I don't think a lot of people know about, and it would have been an interesting side point, but I'd already spent so long on the video, I should have just spent longer, like, and talked about that as well, because we did try that, where you proc Venom with Grief, and then you use Poison Dagger with the Bone Necro, and the damage was amped up, but it still just was not as good. You might as well use the Crushing Blow minus defense hammer. By the way, Dazer in a little bit of, or no, this is Riz. Is this Riz? Yeah, we're watching Riz's screen. Riz in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, it was I think that's what he was always looking for. I actually found one on LOD and gave it to him. It was 2 open socket Fool's Dagger with Fools with Poison Dagger charges. Yeah, the Venom timer overrides the timer for the for Poison Dagger, and some weird shit happens. Yeah, it's very strange. But what happens is the Poison Dagger tries to shorten its damage to the Venom damage, and it doesn't do a very good job of it. That's, in a nutshell, how the glitch works. And a lot of poison damage gets applied at once. Yeah, crazy glitch. We certainly tried it. It was semi-effective in the poison dagger setup, and I think that with the right gear and possibly with putting a bit more time into testing that build, it's possible we might have been able to get a faster time with a glitched poison dagger setup like that. But it would have been marginally better. Gotenheim also has a video on his channel where he does poison dagger versus the Ubers, and it's a pretty similar time. I think it really all comes down to RNG, but then again, poison dagger on the Necro actually gives you an AR bonus too, so that's something to think about. Rip out of mana. Oh shit. Oh shit, and these guys are on EU too. Oh, that's a shame. Riz trying to conserve that mana. He says, rip out of mana. Well, the interesting thing is, that's just going to force him to keep the distance a bit. And that's kind of what he wants to do. I think that might actually be a good thing here. Because it's gonna force Dazer to come in just like that and take these wild risks. But now, unfortunately, Riz is Mind Blast PK. And there it is. Yeah, that was a sad one. But he says, GG's, and there it is. Dazer proves the hybrid sin dominance against one of the greatest to ever do it, Riz. It's tough, man. Riz, I think, is just stepping back onto the hybrid sin here, and after many years of playing the Ghost, and man, it's a different style, man. That's for sure. It's a different way of playing. All right, let's pop over to Red Rum. This guy has got his stream up. Oh, wait, am I missing something? Was Nightfall... Did Nightfall finish up? Hold on. I remember Nightfall was waiting. Did we miss it? It was Nightfall versus Tempest. Sork v Sin. GF and G's Riz big fan, says Brody. Me as well, Riz. That guy is a legend. It's every time I think about playing on a Sin, I think I'm like, man, I gotta get as good as Riz, like or else I'm just not gonna be good. I gotta get as good as Dazer, or else I can't compete. I see other Sins just get wrecked by people like Toshank and shit, and like, you know, Tort, and it's like, man, I gotta get on that level. It's so discouraging, man, because those guys are so good. They make it look easy. They make it miserable for their opponents, and they're just so good, man. So yeah, big cheers to you, man. It's a I'm sure Riz appreciates hearing that, as he should. He's a legend. Hey, tuning in late. I was knocked out all evening. Missed some good Sin v Sin, I see. Yeah, we had Riz versus Dazer that just went down. Dazer took it. Yeah, that happened to me too, Max. I actually just woke up at 6 p.m. Like, I passed out on the couch at like 4:30 or some shit. And just woke up at 6. I was like... As soon as I woke up, I was like, no! I was like, I'm gonna miss DFC, and it was like just 6 p.m. I was like, all right, I suppose I'm not too late. But yeah, we had a little bit of a late start. All right, there it is. Okay, so this is Red Rum versus Galadriel. Interesting name here. Red Rum. His official opponent here is Bonkai. Bonkai also streaming in the Discord on his Zon. This is or he was anyway. This is an interesting matchup. It's technically fair, but put it this way. It's technically fair based on the data and based on what we've heard in the community, but put it this way. I never love this. I never enjoy playing this matchup. Straight H-Din versus Zon. I never like it. Oh my god, big hits though from Red Rum. Beautiful FOH telestomp combo. He almost got there, man. Holy shit, that was good. He was a little slow on grabbing the combo, but damn, dude, well executed. Yeah, a little bit of pixelation going on here. That's on the Discord stream. No worries. If Bonkai fires back up, we might be able to check it out from his perspective too. Primo, what's up, man? We just saw an epic Sin v Sin matchup. I was about to say, if I ever see a Sin v Sin, those are the only two I ever want to see. right? Very exciting. Sin v Sin and Riz versus Dazer. That went pretty good. We've had some great just back-to-back matchups tonight, man. It's been awesome. Yeah, how are you doing, Primo? Who fight of the night so far? Jeez. Who do you guys think's fight of the night so far? What's the most memorable one? There's been some good ones, man. I think the Melee match was probably... That might have been it. The Melee championship between Vegeta and Nightfall was insane. Nightfall took it back. But, dude, we saw the first ever matchup where two Fury Druid players both went to one, morphed back to human, morphed back to wolf, and somebody came back and won. Like, it was wild. For a Melee match, that shit was savage. All right, it's now 3-0, I believe, in favor of Bankai. Little bit of pixelation here. Man, I wish Bankai was live. We could switch over, but you know what? That's all right. We get to see the strat. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. That's sick. Mavs versus Celts. I never really got into any other sports besides the UFC, besides MMA. I'm the dude that's wearing the Yeah Sports shirt at just about any sporting event. I'll get into hockey because there's fighting in that too. But that's about it. Ask him if he wants to borrow a cure helm. LOL. Well, yeah, like Smite certainly beats the Zon, Luke. Like, but that's why we try not to match a Smiter up versus a Zon. Now, if an H-Din switches to Grief, nice combo here from Red Rum. Now, if an H-Din switches to Grief and just gets in there with some smites, I say great, like more power to him. But we try to... Oh my god, big comeback from Red Rum. That was amazing. Well done. That was huge. But Smite is definitely the way to go. But the thing is, unless you're doing a lot of damage with your Smite, such as if you're a Smiter, a good Zon will be able to outdance you. Like, and Bankai's a good Zon. He's showing that for sure. He's a really good Zon player. They'll be able to outdance you, and by the time you land enough smites to put him down, like, you should have just learned the combo, right? Especially if you're an H-Den, you know. And the good thing about Red Rum is he's getting very good at that. Like, as he's putting it on full display here. The biggest thing with a Zon is once you close the distance, you don't really ever want to give it up, and it's so hard to get in there and not give it up. Nice little cadence here. He's got the swirlies, but can he punish him for it? Now he's got to get those swirlies again. Not looking good for him. It's so hard to get the swirlies on a good Zon because they're so good at walking down. Man, they can stay right out of those hammers. And look at this, dude. Beautiful dancing from Galadriel, aka. Oh my god, what? Are we gonna see it? Oh my god, I was rooting for a big comeback from Red Rum there. He landed a hammer and pinned Bankai in a corner. Almost had it. 4-1 though. Yeah, we did see a little bit of lag. I didn't know if that was lag or just a strategic non-walk from Bankai. Like, sometimes the best thing to do when you're surrounded by a hammer field is just nothing. And it's just stand there and see what happens. Like, wait for the Din to make a move. You know, like, and then go from there. But I didn't know if that was lag. It looked like more lag because he was just constantly moving. But it could have been, like I said, just a strategic non-action. Like, all makes sense. Let's pop over to Bankai, finally back up and streaming. Yeah, now he's oh, it's because he was dropping frames, I think. Possibly, maybe. We dropped it upon checking it out. Yeah, he says GG's. Yep, GG's, my dude. Epic. Epic, dude. What a fight card so far. Holy shit. Is there no one else? What have we got, man? What have we got? We've had them non-stop back-to-back tonight. Let's keep it going, man. If anybody else is ready to jam, just share that screen, man. We'd love to see your duel. We've seen some savage ones tonight. Yeah, close one. That was a good duel. That was crazy to see. Like, I always feel myself rooting for the Din, not just because
Greetings.
I consider myself a Din main, but I think it's a hard matchup. I think it's harder than most people give it credit for. Granted, you got to be good on both sides. If you're the Zon player, you gotta walk right, you gotta move right. But if you're the Din player, you gotta be familiar with the combo. You gotta land that. You gotta have good timing. It's a very interesting, skillful matchup, but sometimes it falls so out of favor for one side. I never enjoyed that, but technically, theoretically, it's an okay matchup. So we put it up there. We can't let the bias affect us making theoretically good matchups. But when I see that, I'm just like, I feel for you, Red Rum. I really feel for you. I hate that matchup too. Yeah, of course. But then again, I even think, and in my experience, even slapping on a grief, if you're an H-Din, if you just slap on a grief, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem for you. It doesn't just get you there because you have the grief. The fact that you're doing dilapidated smite damage is kind of a detriment, because now you're risking getting in close, getting the swirlies, and then instead of trying for the combo, which is going to net you more damage, you're opting to just go with smite, which usually not a good thing. Like, you know, it's strange. In my experience, just swapping to grief on an H-Din isn't enough. You kind of need the damage. Yeah, switches CTA with Fernat for IAS on smite. Yeah, I like that. Dude, you were really good at getting that combo too, Red Rum. That's impressive. I don't think, like, when people see Din players get that, I don't think they realize, because they see just the best of the best, like yourself, do it in the DFC, and I don't think they realize how hard that is to get, especially against a Zon player who is trying to be as evasive as possible up close. It's extremely hard to get. It's extremely hard to pull off, and you did very well, dude. That was insane. I asked him if he wants to borrow a Cure Helm, LOL. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't bet Bonkai had more than one 451 in his inventory, and theoretically, by the rules, he can't. If you use multi-shot, which he did in the fight, you can't have more than, I think the limit is like 505 damage or something. Like, it's 501 damage, something like that. It's basically limits you to one 451 charm and 50 poison damage coming from somewhere else, like whether you have it on a ring or something. Like, so yeah, I was gonna say Bonkai, it didn't appear as though he had more than one 451 on. Like, the poison damage looks rough, but
Yo, go Red Rum.
Go Red Rum. Big cheers to you. Full Wheel, thank you so much for the 5 spot, man. Really appreciate that, and a big cheers to you. The thing is, and why poison looks so much worse on a Zon, is because of how it all gets calculated. On a ranged weapon, which is what we do on the toxic Din that we have, right? When we switch to poison charms, it's not so that we can charge people and do poison damage. No. It's so that we can shoot the guided arrows, which the poison damage gets calculated differently on ranged weapons. It's so strange, but that's always why even a little bit of poison damage looks so much worse on a character that's using it on a ranged weapon. So when you see a Zon and they hit and they have that nasty poison damage that goes, it seems like it goes on forever. It's really not more than like 400 and like 451. It's just that the poison damage hits a little harder on ranged weapons. It's still that 12-second duration, which is just ridiculous if you're not swapping to like cleansing, which is extremely hard to do in that matchup because you got to keep the pressure. So it just always seems like it's up. Yeah. Hardest mechanic in the game for sure. And I think it's a good point because I think playing a Din in particular is the hardest class to play. I mean, to me, I'm just like, all right, this is just my character. It's just the character that I play. But I think if I ever started up on D2, there's no shot I would choose a Paladin. I only do it now because, like, I'm slowly learning the top mechanics after having the base mechanics down for so many years. But, dude, even someone like myself who's played Din in PvP competitively for, I'm going to say, over 10 years, like actual competitive understanding what PvP is all about, And I still can't do some of that shit that Red Rum can do. I can't do it consistently. I'm still learning, like, the Smite FOH Telly Stomp combo. But even then, it's just like, when you have someone that's so seasoned and experienced on a Din, it's hard to pick that up. Like, it's hard to work that in. It's not natural. It's not something you ever have to do in leveling your Din. It's not something you ever have to do when you're playing through the game, right? It's an entirely new mechanic specific to PvP, which is insanely cool, but also, man, it makes starting up on a Din difficult in PvP. Because if you don't know that combo, and you're not at least familiar with how powerful it is, it's going to be a rough ride. Def most fun, highest ceiling, uphill battle versus pretty much everything. Well said. Well said. It's always an uphill battle, but it is the most rewarding character when you actually score a win. Especially on a VT. If you're on a VT and you score a win, there's no better feeling in PvP, I don't think. When you get that chain smite telly lock combo, no better feeling than landing that. Or chain hammers, too.
Another Thursday fight night with the DFC. GGS Bankai. You slippery goose.
Fucking slippery, weren't he, bro? Thank you so much, man. In case you missed it.
Another Thursday
In case
fight
you missed
night
it.
with the DFC.
This is the guy.
GGS Bankai. You slippery goose.
This is the guy we're cheersing to. Thank you so much, Red Rum, for that 10 spot, man. Big cheers. We got the rocket fuel going for you. Really appreciate you, brother. You didn't have to do that. Incredible, man. It's what keeps this spaceship flying 7 times the speed of light. No fucks. We barely had a blink of power, except for on scene transitions sometimes. But that's just because speed of light works. You know, things work differently when you're traveling this fast. I don't know what it is, but sometimes you get killed by quill rats too, okay? Just setting it up. Just setting it up, Kyle, okay? Just letting you know that that was probably why, if it ever happened. Bro, thank you so much, Red Rum. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, brother. That's awesome. I feel called out? Dude, no, not at all, Bruno. Don't you feel called out. You don't play your average Dins, all right? You don't play the typical Din. But the day Bruno learns the Smite FO... And I've seen him do this. I've actually seen Bruno do this in some casual PVM practice. And dude is at least practicing it. The Smite FOH Telly Stomp combo. Dude is practicing it. Okay, real question for you guys. How come we've never used this hammer in more LLD matches? This is probably one of the best items I own. I bought this from Toshank. He just casually had it on his barb. And he's like, yeah, man, have fun. You can build up your barb with that. I immediately fucking held out whatever he had. And, like, I think he had a shale rune in it. I fucking held it out immediately and put it on my charger. I was just like, this is the hammer I have always been waiting for. But I so rarely use it. The min damage is higher than the max damage on an honor. Zon versus Smite, name change wager, who isn't loser, man? LOL. Still like Zeal more, call me crazy. Zeal is a fun skill, man, and it's an iconic skill, too. Right? It's an iconic skill. All right, look. While we wait for more people to go live here, I might pop in, just have to piece some people up. We're going to give people a few more minutes to pop in, get some duels going. We've had some back-to-back ones here tonight, but unfortunately, I have to pop into a pub game now and piece some people up with this hammer, right? Like, I hate to do it like that. I hate to embarrass people in a pub game. They'll probably go AFK if I had to guess. These guys probably just going to go AFK, like I would. You see fucking God himself step into the game, these guys going AFK, no fucking doubt. Like, this is an LLD game, just public game, low-level duels. Yeah, see this fake AFK? You see this fake AFK going on right now? Nobody wants nothing. Shadow Warrior's braver than this sin.
Impossible.
It's just wild. Oh, someone came in. AFK. AFK. Get it. Block the door. AFK. Oh, he got out. Alright, go Bishy. Oh, he's just gonna go. Oh, I don't have smite keyed. Hold on. Hotkeys.
The Order welcomes you.
Here's the claw I was talking about. 2 traps, 3 lightning sentry, blades of ice, mind blast, 50 IAS. He's got it's 1 socket, 2 strength there too. Wow, holy shit, that's insane. Go Bishy. Go someone. PK players in Bale games. We might have to switch to it.
Good evening.
Man, this hammer hits hard, huh? We didn't even have might out that time. We should have had might active. Go blades. Ah, he's a trapper. Okay. 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 We see how this is gonna go. He's gonna try to lead me back into these traps. I don't have my FOH. I might take your bait. You just wait. You just wait. I'm gonna time it. I might take the bait. Not that time. When's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? Dude, the Shadow Bay is doing some work. The fuck. We have no rep life. That's going to be a problem. That was our shot. And he thought he had it.
Hello.
Good duel, dude. Yeah, I thought you did too, honestly. Wild. He thought he had it. I thought he did too. Big cheers. I see the message from Silent Balloon. He says, love the channel and DFC results posted. I appreciate you posting those, dude. I fucking never do. I'm so bad at that. Appreciate you, bro. A hell of a guy. All right, Can't Name Lock is live. I wonder if this guy's gonna live up to his name. Can he name lock? Is he being deceiving here? What is he doing? I just see him sitting AFK. This is what we see. We just tuned in. Not sure what he's doing here. Looks like an HLD druid. We're gonna let him get his shit together, okay? By the way, Tony, I see you, my dude. Look, sometimes they pop up, sometimes they take a while. but it's only because we travel 7 times the speed of light. Bro, thank you so much, man, Tony, for the Legend tier membership, man. Big cheers to you. Appreciate that. That's what keeps the spaceship flying, man. Can't thank you enough, brother. Big cheers. Clue would have 0 data if his opponents didn't post results. God damn it. How dare you, Primo. He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong. Probably it's because it's all losses. So I'm like, you know, fuck this. If they want it that bad, they can post it. Silly and Botaurus are going in 5 minutes. Thank you for the heads up, Silly. I'll be looking for it. We'll try to just embarrass some more people here real quick. Blades and Bish are going. It never happened. Yeah, it never happened. If they want it that bad, they can post it. Right? They can tag me. Win versus Cooley. Topped in. Oh, that's Silly? Silly is can't name lock? Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. He's definitely fucking around. Silly is one of the sleepers in the DFC. Like, dude is a sleeper. Actually really good. And, went underrated for a long time. Right? You can't look past that guy. Oh, Bish is just going. Oh, he's in town. We towned him. Good duel. Good duel. We had to get him back for earlier. Any spare LLD gear? I might have, depending on what you're looking for, dude, I might have something. I got some spirits, probably some paladin bases, like for shields and shit. Yeah, we got some shit. GG. Zon too powerful.
Post Quill Rats win. Lost promo.
Look, Quill Rat never registered in the DFC, Kyle. Okay? And if he did, we're not going to look at his win-losses publicly. All right? There's just too much. There's too much legalities behind it. Lawsuits, gag orders. Okay? Like, he's not technically banned from the DFC, but big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Want to duel my sword? I'm down. We got a duel popping off here real soon. We also got GVN live. All right, Bish is probably just gonna go. Just like that, baby. Easy. All right, we're gonna pop in. We're AFK 6 hours. We're gonna pop into the potential match here. We got GV. We got GVN live. GVN going at it. Now, this is an interesting matchup. This was another match where I saw it and I was just like, yo, all right. I was like, this makes sense, and I kind of like it. It was Dingus McGee versus GVN. Now, Dingus, a threat in his own right here, and GVN, like, just the logic we've programmed with this little matchmaker seems to be all right. Like, I think both of these guys have a shot at winning this match. It's typically a longer match, but not, like, either one of these guys aren't trying to make it long. Dingus McGee, savage dueler. This guy just doesn't know anything but aggressive mode. Right? Like, granted, he's playing on a Necro, so you always got to keep the distance, but dude isn't the type that's just going to go spam spirits off screen and hope to hit you with IBS, dude. Like, as soon as I saw this as like one of the top recommendations based on the criteria I put in, I was just like, holy shit, dude, I love this thing already. Like, man, that was the best 5 hours, maybe 6 hours that I spent programming something. I was like, this is going to make matchmaking so much better. It popped up like GVN versus Dingus, and I was like, yes, this is totally a match I'd watch. All the charms are sold, but the Viper, Magi, and Honors are still there. Oh, Primo selling something? Oh shit, Libby too. Yeah, I'll check around. Let me know what you're trying to build, Sound, in LLD, and I'll see what I have, bro. I might have some stuff. It all depends on what you're trying to put together. Yeah, LLD is pretty sick, man. I like it. It was always, for probably, before I ever got seriously into HLD, LLD was my thing. And then when I got into HLD, I feel like I got so much better at LLD. But dude, back in the day, back in like Lord of Destruction, there used to be these LOD forums and shit. Even, I'm not going to say back before the days of JSP because I can't even remember them. But there used to be this thing called LLD 909, I believe is what it was called. And there was like tournaments that they used to throw. And dude, I was like consistently one of the top LLDers, and I was using a level 27 charger. That was back in the days when they thought chargers were OP, so they would limit chargers to level 27. Like they were just like, if you're going to be on a charger, you're limited to level 27. But joke's on them. I was going to stay at 27 anyway because I actually loved embarrassing people. You know, in their level 30, I would just one-tap them with my level 27 with insight and shit. And I was just like, oh man, someday I'm gonna get level to 30. Like I would troll them so hard in the LLD games. I'd be like, dude, so I can't wait. Someday I'm gonna level this to 30 and do all my skill quests and shit. They get so pissed. It's no wonder I used to get trolled hard like in LOD. There was probably a lot of people that hated me because I played it up. And then I started using hybrid rune words, and the Cryushu guy just lost his fucking shit. As soon as those came out, I came back into Diablo. That was single-handedly the time I got back into Diablo 2. Like, I'd taken like maybe a 3 or 4 year break. As soon as I figured out that there was a hybrid Enigma that was level 29, I said, sign me up, dude. I was like, I'm gonna make that LLD stronger than ever. Yeah, Primo, thanks for making the Central game too, man. That has been surprisingly helpful for a lot of people. Big cheers to Primo. This guy always behind the scenes making things so much smoother for everyone. Y'all don't even understand. If y'all are sipping on anything, I would highly suggest tipping one back to this guy. Primo, just savage. Savage, dude. Big cheers, man. Really appreciate all your help. How's the game going? Has it started yet? I mean, I'm going to act for a second like I know. You know, about the basketball, about the basket of the ball. I know that they do, like, the games are so wild and random and close that they often do it, like, best of sevens. But that's about all I know. I know that Wayne Gretzky is a basketball player. Just kidding. I know more than that. I know more than that, dude. He played fucking football. Yo, are Zeal Claws okay to use in melee for a melee sin? I found some and put on with a Cruel Claw. Zeal Claws? Yeah, fuck it. Jam it, dude. Zeal Claws? Like Zeal Charges? Yeah, that's fine. GG, well played. GVN goes down to Dingus in the first round here. That's impressive, man. I told you, Dingus is a threat. We say this every week, but Dingus is, I say, relatively recently rejoined the DFC. But this guy, back in the days, like this was the days of Vamp the Champ with his dominant reign at the top, right? You always had Dingus just mixing up the top 10. And this guy was like a big gatekeeper for a while. And when he joined back up, I think a lot of people were underestimating him, but this dude was a threat. Like this dude is seasoned on the Necro, like, and probably on more chars as well. Yeah, the Gators duel was the first one, Randall. Those guys were right ready to go, right ready to jam, and it is done. Gators held on to his title in a close 4-3 victory against Lamp. Yeah, from 1-3 to a 4-3 comeback. It was nasty. Like, first duel of the night. Dude, go Gators, man. He's so good. Like, he's so good. Bro, a lot of people talk about, like, how long championship duels go on. I fucking love it. Because a lot of, like... Dude, when we watch exciting matches that, like, constant pressure, we watch stuff like this, right? GVN, Dingus. We watch the people that give no fucks go in there. They're trying to have a good, fun duel, right? We have a mix of that in the DFC, and we also have a mix of the people of the highest tier competitive. You could throw words like pride around, right? But we have that too, and I say thank God for that. There's some tournaments, there's some organizations out there that try to forget that that sort of thing exists. I'm the type of player that I'm like, you got to embrace that. That is D2. There are people who are very good, and they know that they can win with this strategy, and they will employ it. And it's up, they put it on their opponent to solve the problem. And to me, I'm like, there is such an interesting story about either one of those duels. Like, it's so good and refreshing to see duels like this. It's also intense, and you can just feel the tension in certain duels, and I think those are epic too, man. It's all about embracing it. The way I look at it is these DFC VODs are out there forever, so who's in a hurry, right? Like, we're just lucky enough we get to see it live, right? I fought Gators yesterday. His sin wiped my account. 0 wins for me against my BVC VT Firesork Wind Druid. Holy shit. Yeah, that's wild. He's good, man. And the thing is, you can tell that Gators isn't the most comfortable on his sin. Now, that's not to say that he's not good on his sin. I just think if there was a class he would rather play, it's the Druid. But he defended his title, and when you were dueling him the other day, like, he's just good, even on a class that's not his main. Like, this guy is proving his valor on a lot of different FPK classes. Damn, so Gators came back 3-1 today. Good adaptation, yeah. Guess Lamp got figured out mid-duel. Well, yeah, like, we even talked about it in the first round. We saw some shit going down. Gators won the first round by being hyper aggro. And I'm talking, he didn't give Lamp an inch. Like, Lamp tried to teleport away, and he was just always name lock with the Mind Blast, Tele Stomp. It was like, Lamp couldn't get any space. And he won the duel. Go Gators didn't even get touched that duel. And we literally said something along the lines of, I wonder if that game plan is going to change when he gets hit by Blizzard. Like, because even though he's pushing the pressure, like, that Blizzard hurts, and there's not really much you can do about it with a dual claw sin. There's not much you can do. You rely on the claw block, you push the pressure until you can't. And that first round, dude, he got there. He never got punished for it. In the ensuing rounds, he did. He got punished 3 rounds in a row after that for it. And to see him be like, okay, I got to have some respect for this. I got to keep the distance. He has to push the pressure. He has lower range. I'm going to abuse that. I'm going to make him do it. Like, I'm going to make him approach me. Be like, you're not just going to walk around the map and fucking wait for me. I'm going to make you come at me. And he did, dude, and he got there. Like, it was a great adaptation. Oh, yeah. Coolio Low brings up a good point. There was a disconnection in one of the rounds that technically, if you wouldn't have tried to repair the duel, Go Gators got disconnected, and you could clearly tell from his performance in the game that he was non-responsive for like a good, like his computer crashed or internet crashed or power went out or something. And it technically would have given it to Lamp 4-2. But we were like, we're not going out like that. We're not ending a duel like that. It'd be one thing if it was a round, but whereas it was a match deciding round, we're like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. Like, we'll try to repair the duel. And to be fair, Coolio, Lamp still got benefit of the doubt and was given more life than he actually deserved. 50%, to be fair. Like, he was at like 800 life, and he re-entered the duel after an attempted fix at 1200. So, if anything, that's a big statement for Gogators. Yeah, like literally Lamp was walking, blaze walking the entire duel. Like, and he blaze walked up on Gogators. Gogators was just not doing anything. And I'm like, yeah, something's going on. And then he just drops a blizz on him. No response. Like, Gogators wasn't readjusting his traps or anything. Like, we're like, something's wrong. You could tell before he dropped the blizz, far before he dropped the blizz, something was wrong. I was 800 because Bo disappeared, but I was 1200. I mean, possibly, but you were 800 mid duel, whether Bo was gone or not. You could argue that if Gogators was pressuring or whatnot, you might be right. I'd have to go back and check, but yeah, I remember 800, and I remember 900 after a rebo, and so. I don't think that's correct. I think if I went back and checked, I think you'd be 800 with Bo. That's my guess. But I'd have to go back and check. I'm trusting my gut here. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I'm fairly confident on that. I already did check. You could check also. All right. Well, either way, you got to start at 1200. So if that's correct, we appropriately fixed the duel. So props to that. Like, we got it in there. We got a fair finish. There was also a controller disconnect during a major tournament. Organizers got death threats because they restarted the duel, and the guy who was losing ended up winning. Well, you see, that's the thing. At the highest level of competition, you don't want to see a duel be decided, especially at like a championship level, by someone dropping from the game, right? Which was very clear that it happened. If it wasn't clear that he crashed, like if he was laying traps and then Lamp tellied up on him and dropped a blizz, and it wasn't clear that he was lagging, I don't think we would have done that. But like, it was so clear that he was lagging. Like, it was so clear that something was wrong. Like, but at the same time, we try to repair the duel. You can't just, like, restart, I don't think. You gotta try to repair it. And I'm trusting Lamp. If he says he went back and checked, I'll trust him. He might have been at 800 with no bow. It's very possible I saw 800 with no bow. So he could have... These guys probably fixed it properly. And luckily, we were able to just continue where people left off. There was very little latesing in that. Honestly, Coolio. Like, very little latesing in it. If anything, one could say that walk blazing might fit that more, but I still wouldn't call it latesing. Like, what Lamp was doing was just trying to extend the amount of time that it takes him to get to his opponent, and he's constantly hunting him down. That's fine. Like, he knows it's going to be a long, drawn-out duel, and he's in no hurry to teleport into a 5-stack trap. Like, that's absolutely fine. As long as he's not sitting in a corner, which he did sometimes, and repping, but it wasn't very often. Very, very small windows that happened. I don't think there was a lot of lates in that duel. It was just a very competitive, long, drawn-out duel that those duels typically tend to be. Yeah, you can't just telly into 5 traps. Like, as long as he's blaze walking somewhere in the general direction of his opponent, go for it. That's what I say. Like, you can't just telly into traps. Dude, by the way, GVN just got smacked with some, I would guess, some IBS there. He was cornering there, I think, trying to rebo. And dude got hit with some shit. I'm not sure if it was IBS or if it was spear or something, like off map. I couldn't quite tell, but dude got punished hard for that bow. Now he's trying to go for the whirlwind strategy here, trying to cut Dingus open. Dingus is so evasive, though. This is the thing. Dingus can stay close and still be frustrating. He's just so evasive, so hard to catch. For the insider group that gets what they want my client Lamp will be back stronger to win. Dude, I have no doubt. Lamp is an undeniably good dueler that it will only be a matter of time before he challenges again. Like, that's the thing. You can't really put anybody up against Lamp because he just shuts them all down. Like, he's very good. Looking forward to it. Let me know when you book the rematch for your client. Dude, silly, or I'm sorry, Dingus being very evasive here. Like, very hard to catch. He's trying to finish this up now. And there it is, man. Beautifully placed Bone Spirit. Trying to bait his opponent, GVN, to come in. GVN with a little bit of high ping there, you can tell. He's playing from Kauai. So he always has, Gavin always has like a bit of high ping here. But dude pulls it, you'd never be able to tell. It's just such smooth play. He's so used to it, playing against like East-based players. The dude has adapted to it pretty well. I believe 3-0 in favor of Dingus here. Just made a melee sound? Oh, shit. Dude, okay, so now let me get this straight. Sound in HLD, previous HLD champion, says, hey, man, let me try out that LLD. Oh, also, I just made a melee character. Sound might be going for that triple hat, dude. He might be going for the triple crown. Y'all better watch out. Sound going for the triple crown. I can see it now. I can see it now. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Sound. Sick. Silly in the melee scene as well here. Dude, I think the big thing is you have to figure out the Fury Druid. That's the thing that it's seldom. Trees has figured it out with the Din. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that matchup. See what he used for gear. See how he pulled it off. Because Trees has been the only one to really pose a threat to the Fury Druid players, which, you know, it's a different kind of expensive in melee. You know, you need a lot of the good perfect gear, right? But you have the Fury Druids that need, you know, nine charms. They need you know, the shape-shifting 45 lifers and then the 3 2020s. The other melee characters are looking for a full inventory of the 3 2020s. So it's like they're inherently, the Fury Druid, in my experience, has been the cheaper character to build in melee. But it's also just solid. When you get those charms, when you get them built up, it's solid, man. And that's why I think some people are going for it. But it's certainly possible when you get players like Trucker Gut in there, when you get players like Kramer even showing off some nasty skills today, and especially players like Trees that get in there and they can actually do some damage. They can put a threat to these Fury Druids, man. We have yet to see it necessarily with Trucker Gut, but I would guess that a player like him with the decked out gear that isn't really hurting for items might be able to put some Fury Druids in their place. We'll probably see soon, man. Gosh. That guy's decked out. Very original, very creative. Those large charms, man, love to see him. But either way, that's the big challenge, is beating the Fury Druids, which, you know, you've got two savage ones in Nightfall and Vegeta, two very dominant reigning defending champions in the past. Like, it's such a challenge. It's such a puzzle to solve. And it's like, we got to figure that out. Yo, what's up, Polytheist? How you doing, man? I had an LLD tune for DFC, then one day I accidentally hit level 31. 2 days after I deleted, you started up LLD. Oh shit. Yo, bro, look. Depending on what you start up. If you start up a din, something tells me you're gonna be on a din, Bruno. Look, I'll give you a C rush. I'll give you a free C rush all the way through, bro. We'll do the skill quests. We'll get you ready to go again. Just because I can't wait to see what kind of crazy shit you bring to LLD. A little bit of pixelation going on here from Gavin's stream. No worries. That's not on your end. No need to adjust your televisions. A little bit of pixelation. Beastin scored a clean kill on Kramer. I can crack the code. Right. It was clean, too. It was a clean kill. Dude, I'm doing all right, Polytheist. We've had a great night of duels. Only a small lull in between, but it was no worries. We just went into a LLD pub game, slayed everyone, didn't even drop a round by means of anything but lag or hotkeys, and then just AFK'd 6 hours. It was pretty good. It's pretty good so far, man. We got Silent Balloon a matchup in LLD. Unfortunately, he went up against God the Bounty Hunter, and it was not pretty. But other than that, pretty smooth sailing. Yeah, Silent Balloon. I just noticed Silent's Discord picture is like, it looks like the balloon from It, which is hilarious. Living up the character, man. Love it. Now, this is an interesting round right here. Right now, Dingus is up 3-0, but he's very, very low. The thing is, he likely won't be finished by Mind Blast here, because the Bone Armor is going to absorb all of that. So if GVN's going to get in and finish, he's probably going to try to do it with Whirlwind, which he could do that, or if he gets him to 1, he could go Psychic Hammer, which will get right through that Bone Armor. But we're not sure if he has it keyed. But that is certainly something that could get him there. He is 1. Like, a Psychic Hammer would very likely finish this duel. But he might be trying to get there with a Whirlwind. I wonder if it's going to cost him. Because right now, dude, Dingus is looking good. He's practically immune to the Mind Blast finish. But man, oh man, a Psychic Hammer is a little different. Psychic Hammer does magic damage instead of physical. The Mind Blast damage is annoying because it stuns you. It seems like the Shadow Master casts it a lot, but it's all physical damage. And as we know from one of the recent video we just put out, that Bone Armor absorbs physical damage, right? All physical. So since Mind Blast is all physical damage, it's all getting sucked up by the Bone Armor. But the second that you switch to any amount of damage from that Psychic Hammer, well, suddenly things look a little different. Now, the only drawback to this is, if Dingus has, it's hard to tell with the pixelation, if he has Spirit, that could be bad. Because Spirit, the hidden ability on this, is that it has Magic Absorb. And that little bit of damage from Psychic Hammer is straight magic damage. So if he's on the Spirit plan here, which I'm not sure if he is, then that's going to be bad for that game plan. But usually when you have a hybrid Sin, it's not uncommon to see a Necro switch to Storm Shield for like the block, or even Homunculus for the block. Like there's a few options that they have where they switch off from Spirit. But the drawback to that is you give up the FHR, which is very important versus a Sin. And there it is, man. Very nicely done. Slain by Shadow. Hard to tell if it was the Shadow Bay or if it was the clean Mind Blast. I think it might have been Shadow Bay. Shadow Bay is so useful. They even do periodic elemental damage when they teleport in and kick. So it's pretty wild. I also see you live, Polytheist. Look at that. Look at this clean, man. Silly is about to go. It looks like I'm gonna swap back and forth between this and the previous duel that we saw. Right now it's I believe 3-1 in favor of Dingus in the GVN duel. So this is what we'll do. We'll go with the Silly match. I know you guys have been waiting patiently here. We'll swap back and forth. And then at the culmination of one of these, we'll swap back and forth between what Polytheist has got going on with that Shaman Druid, the fan favorite Shaman, Polytheist himself. Oh, yeah, okay, I see it now. Yep, I totally see it now. Y'all are in the same game. Yep, no worries. No worries. All right, so in which case, here's what we'll do. Since these guys are in a central game, just waiting, we'll swap back and forth between Polytheist. Polytheist, the fan favorite shaman. Chilling here with the bear that he puts 20 hard points into. What the hell has he got? He's got a dagger. Dude's got a dagger. All right, there's some juck fuckery going on. I can tell you that right now. There is some juck fuckery going on. Polytheist is going up against Steez. Now, this was a match, again, suggested by the Cooley AI matchmaking bot. It was like, hey, these guys are doing pretty well. You should put them up against each other. Would have never thought to do this. But Steez on a Sin versus Polytheist on the Shaman. Very curious to see how this is going to go. Because Steez, as you know, always has some of the most creative off-meta builds that are just wild. And wonder what he's gonna bring to the table today. Will it be the Mosaics? Will it be the kicker? Will he just go straight trap? Who knows? But we're gonna find out. Yeah, this is dope. True. Very, very good observation, Montriana. I assume that's Montriana on Sound Bay. Just one-to-one with creative builds and effective. A lot of times we'll see like creative builds and you root for them, but they're not able to pull out the wins sometimes, right? Like, and it's sad. But Steve's is like the exception to the rule. Bringing in, last week he brought in a, I don't even know what to call it. It wasn't an Aura Den. It wasn't a Tesla Den. It was just a weird den that used auras and, you know, got there with the win. Like, the guy is just both creative and effective. It's strange. But Polytheist, this guy is no nub. This is the type of guy that the Shaman Druid gameplay style comes second nature to him. He doesn't have to think about this. He doesn't have to think about what he's going to do. It gives him more time to study his opponent. Even if he loses this round, right? Which he may not. Even if he loses this round, he's going to study what his opponent's doing. And he's going to say, oh, okay. Like, this is very similar to what I've seen with this. I'm going to have to keep the distance. I'm going to have to, you know, do X, Y, Z and adapt. Like, that's the type of player he is. But he's getting some big damage in on Steez early. Toe-to-toe these guys go. And Polytheist finishes with Shockwave on the Druid. That was a Shockwave finish right there. Yeah, it was the Steez Den. That was exactly what it was. Vengeance Den. Yeah, that was what he was using as his big attack. It wasn't like auras. He was using Vengeance. It's just the Steez Den. It's the Steez Den. Shockwave PK from Polytheist trying to stunt on his opponent. It almost cost him, though. He was getting beat there for a bit. But he had his bear going. He had that Shockwave going. Armageddon's coming down. He says, you know what? I'm going to just happily stay right here. We'll go toe-to-toe, bro. Let's go. Let's just do this. And Polytheist gets round one. Now, based on what we saw there, it's hard to tell exactly what Steez is on, but he's on some sort of Sin that would rather be close. He's not laying many traps. He's very likely on a martial arts Sin, whether it's Mosaic or whatever it is. He's doing something creative. We would expect no less. And what I love about this is that mathematically, statistically, it makes sense, right? We used the new program to set this up, and you love seeing it. Not only is it a technically even match, but wow, what a fun one to watch. Some big damage early on from Steez. Now Polytheist might think twice before those close range engagements like that. He just got pieced up by Steez right there. And pieced up again! Max, what is this? What is he on, man? Is this a Mosaic Sin? Yeah, he's on... He might be on Wiz Spike. It's really hard to tell, man. Yeah, Steezy, man. Holy shit. Yeah, Mosaic Hybrid Sin for sure, yeah. Because he's landing those kicks too clean, man. Like going right through. It's also Polytheist doesn't have a lot of block here, and I can almost promise you he hasn't focused on defense. Like no one really focuses on that if you're going caster setup. But he also doesn't appear to have max block. He's using Spirit, and he's using Wiz Spike. So he appears to be preparing for elemental damage. So yeah, that may suggest a Mosaic as well, though. But then again, I mean, we've seen Mosaic Sins in the past, mainly from Steezish, that kind of focus on the physical damage, right? It's possible that he could focus on some elemental as well. But I just saw Blade Sentinel being laid by Steezish. Gosh, dude, this Sin is so strange. Yeah, that's a Blade Sentinel just getting thrown out there. Now you see Polytheist doing some self-Kanos here. Self-Kanos trying to protect himself a little bit from the distance that Steez wants to close on him. Beautiful CT casting, by the way. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some people who had questioned if Polytheist CT casting was macro-based because it was so clean. We had to go back and look, and I'm like, looks good to me, man. That's just clean CTing. Oh, he's trying to avoid... He is blocked, trying to avoid the charge buildup. Very interesting. Well, it doesn't look like he is. He doesn't have a shield that looks like Storm Shield on there. It might be a little... I'm not gonna say pixelated, but like it's a little grainy. But it doesn't look like Storm Shield, and I always thought that was the shield that Polytheist would use. He's busting out the bow too, bros. There it is. Polytheist now making it 2-1. Busting out the bow. Using that poison damage to get there in this match. Holy shit, man. What a match. Yeah, it's not SS, just some block added. Maybe JMod or something. God, like, this is the type of duel. I'm so glad we get to see this. Just the type of duel that we all wait for, right? Like, holy shit, man. Busting out Widowmaker on a Sin that's using, likely, I'm gonna guess, Mosaics. Like, god damn, man. Only Steez, only Poly, man. It's just Spirit. That's what I would have assumed. But, okay, I might see what Max is... I'm picking up what Max is putting down. Look at Polytheist's life total. With Oak Sage, he's at 3,200. Just under 3,300, which tells me he probably went max block with Spirit. No shot, dude.
Shockwave op AF.
Shockwave OP as fuck, dude. Full Wheel, thank you so much for the 5 spot, man. Dude, I'm glad you're enjoying this too. Only in the DFC do we see wild duels like this, man, and actually competitive ones. Steez a Savage player, Polytheist a Savage player, both of them bringing what most would consider off-meta builds to the table and doing wild shit, dude. What a time it is to be alive. Big cheers to you, Full Wheel. Let's tip one back to this guy. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5 spot. I never played Elden Ring, Luke. Never played it. Looks great, though. I watched Rax play it, and I was like, yeah, this game looks good. Nice chains there from Steez. Steez also sneakily good at those chains. Like, when you give him the opportunity, man, he chains you good. And the thing is, stylistically, Polytheist is the same. Like, both of these guys stylistically play similar. If you think about it, like, they're both very creative, very off-meta, and also sneakily good at, like, the mechanics of the game. CT casting, chaining, like, both of these guys will punish you when you mess up. And when they do, it's gonna feel like you're going up against the champ. Like, it's just gonna be relentless. Nasty chaining, no space. Like, they don't make mistakes on their build. Like, they're both very similar in the way that they play. This is a very stylistically interesting matchup. And I was so excited to see this suggestion. Like, I would have never thought of this. I would have never been like, yeah, this is good. Like, but just designing something to pull the data and look at it in a non-biased way and be like, this is what you're looking for, match these two people. This is what came of it, and this is so good. Yeah, glad you're liking it, Kevin. Me too, man. Me too. Now Steve's in trouble. Polytheist going back to the shockwave there, trying to get that shockwave PK. Opening himself up, though. All Steve's needs is a little bit of a window, though. As soon as he gets that little bit of a window, builds up his charges, does whatever the hell he does on this build. Dude, the tables can turn fast, and as you can see here, now Polytheist in a little bit of trouble. Steve's is scoring some damage. Self-Kano there. Steez is going to pay for that one. Oh, yeah, I see it now. I see it now. When he pops up the C screen, you're totally right, Contaminate. He has over 300 decks. That's a max block on Spirit. That's exactly what it is. Yep, Spirit Shield with max block. Bro, and that's the type of adaptation that makes Polytheist one of the best Druid players in the world. Dude has gone to... He's listening to Dragula right now. He was listening to Dragula by Rob Zombie while this duel was going on. You can see his playlist up in the corner. He fucking just knows. It's like I said, it's second nature. He's like, oh, dude, like I could just hear him in his voice. He's like, oh, dude, you're using a sin like that? All right, man. And then he just fucking max blocks it with Spirit and just pops on the Rob Zombie and says, let's fucking jam. Like, that's just the type of dude this guy is. You just didn't even need to think about it. Oh, he shot me. All right. Yeah, you know what's up, Laser. Dude literally just goes in the zone, jams out to some tunes. The Rob Zomb just goes to town. Yeah, this is nuts, man. This is nuts. It really is, though. It's so classic. Look, I'm not going to say Rob Zombie was a one-hit wonder, okay? But as someone who never really listened to rock much growing up, that was the song that I knew from Rob Zombie and the one that I would certainly jam to. I'm the one that you wanted to say, hey, yeah, I'm the Super Steez. The thing is, though, Montriana getting absolutely insane on the barb. Montriana is the type of player, like, there's 3 really creative players in the DFC. Bruno, Steez, and Montriana. And they all have different play styles and different adaptation styles, and it's so interesting to see. Montriana's adaptation style is like, we've seen him go from just crazy builds, like crazy off-the-wall builds, and like, you're rooting for him, but you're like, oh man, you notice the holes in the game. He's the type of player that now, those holes are disappearing. Like, Montriana is fucking good now. And I think the only reason he's lost some duels is just because it's been some wild, crazy build that perhaps a Beast Grief Barb might have been better in that specific instance. But Montriana is good now. So, at this point, we're about to wake up to the ways of the Montriana, I think. Because now, his creativity is mixed with, like, savage, on-par skill with, like, what's out there. Like, this guy is a threat. So now you're going to see the creativity come to a whole new level. You're going to see it actually pay off. Don't make him blush. Stop it. Yeah, no, I'm serious, man. Just being real. They both have windows? Widows? Look, reading is hard with spaceship rocket fuel, bro. Yeah, I hate to say it. Oh my god, they do. They're both busting out the Widow here. Holy shit, good observation, Gators. I didn't even notice that from Steez. Steez is busting out the Widow now, too. Look, bros. We gotta change this to the WFC. Widowmaker Fighting Championship. Only real duels. Real duels only. You ain't got a Widowmaker? Get the fuck out of here. Do you really PvP? You just fucking cookie cuttering it. Fuck out of here. This is wild. 2 Widowmakers. Both these guys busting it out. Now, Steez is going to make Polytheus chase him. He might be lulling him to sleep here, too. He might be busting out the Widow, making him think that he won't aggress him. That he won't just suddenly turn the tables and start kicking him. And that way, it makes it so that Polytheus is less likely to do these self-Kanos that he's protecting himself with. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that from Steez. It's something that probably Polytheus is keen on. I mean, he's very quick at adapting to playstyles. I mean, look at this. He's gone max block on Spirit side with over 300 decks and less life. Like, dude ain't fucking around, man. Dual Widow equals auto fight of the night. Yeah, this is wild. Dual Widowmaker, Shaman Druid versus whatever this is as a sin. I haven't seen Steez go live on his screen, but dude, I would totally tune in and see it. Because this build is savage. Yeah, like, hold up, I gotta bust out the notepad now and take some notes, because fight of the night was very clear to me before this, but now I'm gonna have to think about it. It was very clearly before Nightfall versus Vegeta. That shit was wild. But this one, Polytheist versus Steez. God damn. Yep, that's nuts. Yep. We're approaching that time, boys. But then there was a really good LLD match too. There was Murder versus IZX, which was also very good. That was a savage fight too. We might have to throw this one up to the vote, man. I feel like the vote always goes back to the... It's hard to tell who has seen all of those fights in the chat, right? This is what I was thinking about the validity of a fight of the night vote and why we kind of switched it in recent history. Because it's hard to tell how many voters saw all the fights. Right? Like, oh my god, big damage from Steez. Dude, I think Polytheist originally might have been underestimating the Steez sin here. Especially after that first round where he went toe-to-toe. And now Steez has done exactly that. What did we say, man? He's going to get into this pattern where he lulls him to sleep, right? He thinks he's on this Widowmaker plan. He's going to make him chase him a little bit. Break him from his comfort zone. And then he's going to turn the tables and start kicking him. That's exactly what happened there. Polytheist went from like 100% to 15%. Dude is wild. Like, we saw it coming, and that was the big payoff. An 85% hit within seconds. Just that playstyle, man. They're gonna throw the switch down at City Hall again? Oh, man. By the way, Gogators, congrats tonight, man. That was so savage to see you come back from that. I think a lot of people were counting you out after those first 4 rounds when it was 1-3. Bro, big cheers to this guy. Let's tip one back to the reigning defending champ, man. Guy is a savage. Amazing to see it. Especially because I'm sure nobody ever wanted to go up against a Cold Sork if Lamp would have won. DFC would have had a mass exodus. People were like, oh, fuck it, man. Cold Sork up at the top. Fuck this. We ain't doing that. You just took one for the team, brother. By the way, Full Wheel, I see you, man. Thank you so much for the 2 spot. Some, you know, it's the big 1-up. It's the big 1-up emoji. Y'all see it. Sometimes they come through and they say stuff. Sometimes we travel too fast. But bro, I see you, Full Wheel. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I would too, Empower, but that's just why I kind of have dialed back in HLD. It's time to let other people shine, right? Like, I don't want to step up there fucking... Like, y'all have seen me go up against Santiana versus Gogators Druid. I don't want to embarrass him like that. You know what I mean? I think I won like a round or something. We didn't play much. But like, you know, I didn't want to discredit the champion by winning more than a round. Right? We played, I think we did like 5 rounds. I was lagging a lot. Yeah, no worries, dude. We don't need that kind of shit. Everybody knows how it goes. Yeah. By the way, Steez gets there in that one. What's the score, man? I done lost count. I'm just blown away by like the different builds that these guys have with like Widowmaker and shit. Does that build charges? Does that build charges? This guy's got fucking Rob Zombie brain right here. Does that build charges? Does what? Gee. Oh, fuck. Unpopular opinion. Lamp gets performance of the night. Good tactics versus Sin. Ramped it up with aggression when close to full life. And cautious walks past when low life. Repping life like Bowie. Yeah, I agree. I think Lamp gets a lot of hate. And I'm not going to say that he doesn't deserve some of it. But in the DFC, he certainly doesn't deserve what he gets. Like, he's an incredibly smart fighter. And like, just his dueling IQ is way higher than most people. I think that for a while we said Lamp doesn't even really know how good he is. Like, the fact that he has these duels, I think just doesn't give himself enough credit. The dude is really good. Yeah, I don't think it's an unpopular opinion at all. He played very well. A lot of people see the walk Blaze and they're just like, oh man, he's like, I've seen people in other tournaments be like, he's just Leitzen, man. He's just Leitzen trying to rep life back. Yep. Yeah, he's trying to rep life back. Because you don't want to teleport into a 5-stack trap and he's Mind Blast PK. What the fuck do you want him to do? Like, he's playing well. Like, his fight IQ is pretty good, man. I want to know whose ears Paulie had in stash. Yeah, me too, actually. Whose ears is this guy keeping? Like, this guy is... Dude, if I had to guess, okay? If I had to guess, well, I'm going to tell you right now. Maybe he'll show us at the end. Let me tell you. It's those people that go into pub games with the fucking teams, right? They go in there and they have like, it's the medic guy, the guy that's a paramedic as his day job, and he has all these paramedic names for his team of characters. I guarantee you he's got one of all of those ears. So anytime they go in and they start talking shit, he just flashes those ears. 100% it's the pub BMers. Yeah, John fucking Wick. Yeah, no doubt. Yep, John Wick for sure. For sure he's got that ear in there. I'm betting those ears are those guys. By the way, Full Wheel, I see you again, bro. Hold up. Do we got this up right? Yeah, we got it up. It's just, look. Takes a while, man. Like, we're traveling so fucking fast. It hasn't caught up with the other one. I see you, bro. Holy shit, I really see you, man. Look, I don't know what it is. I see you, brother. Big cheers. We're gonna have to double cheers to this guy. Look, I don't know why those aren't coming through. That's the notifications, but look, that just means we're going to have to cheers more. Big cheers, Four Wheel. Thank you so much for that, man. Pouring out some new rocket fuel for you. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to Four Wheel, man. Because of that support, we're able to fly the spaceship extremely fast. Breaking the laws of physics and everything. We don't dick around. John Wicks has a bunch of subpar chars that he gets embarrassed on before getting the mosaic. Oh, yeah. Well, dude, I mean, that's the thing. It's no different than how it was in LOD. There used to be, like, a lot of players that they weren't actually good at PvP, so what they would do is just wait till other people were dueling, go in and jump their duel. Thank God for people like John Wick, because it reminds us of the good old days of LOD, and honestly, I see it as kind of fun. When you join a pub game, I totally expect to see that. Just fucking pubs like John Wick that wouldn't last a day in the DFC, just popping in on some random ass character and PKing people. I fucking love it. It's hilarious. It's a fun challenge. Thank God for that, man. Can you get DOIs? No, not technically. Nope. No, not at all. Can we make playlists on BM and the BMers? Oh, for sure. Bro, that little format that we started up, do you remember that sound? We actually were in the Discord chilling, and like, we just all, me, Max, Sound, who else was there? We had like a handful of us, and we basically invented a format of dueling, and like, we need to do something with this, because it was fun as shit, dude. Like, we did BM duels, like GM BM duels is the only way to describe them. It was like there was some sort of good manners to it, but it was completely BM. The BM was, you could NK people, you could stop them from getting their bod, and when you died, the duel wasn't over. You could go back and get your bod and rejoin the fight, right? And it was teams. But whenever a team locked another team out for a minute, like 60 seconds or more, the duel was over. And everybody would go back to town, you do whatever you gotta do. You could go buy potions, use healing potions, juves, whatever you wanted to do. But when your team got locked out for a minute, the duel was over and that team won. And then you just go back to town, reset, go, and then just like, yep, it's just fucking wild. When you die, you're not dead. You just go back out, get your body if you can. I had Kate Cooley so much during those games. Was fun. Would do it again. Yeah. Oh, dude, I would do it again too. That was actually really fun. It was a great time, man. Yeah, it's like capture the flag vibes. Exactly. It's like there's something. There's a mode you can play in Valorant. What is it? Where it's like you protect an area or something. Like that was basically what it was. Like you just protect the area. You know, if they can't get out, they can't get their bods. I think we have to add a rule to it if we do it, that you can't use the waypoint. Like you can't go to cold plains and then come up from behind. Like I guess technically it works. Like it's not a huge setback, but like it makes it so that if you can only use the town exit, then you farm a map that has a different Bloodmore map than we're used to, like the gate, you know what I mean? You want to farm the gate, the wide gate, so that they have all of these angles to escape from. And if you're streaming it, if we're streaming those types of duels, you kind of know where people are coming out. You don't have to follow them to the cold plains and have them fucking walk out or some shit. It's just all right there, but it's hard to camp the gate. Like, it's hard to camp a very wide gate. Well, that took the fun out of it. I mean, technically you don't need it. It's just, I would think only for viewing purposes. That, like, you could just tell that, okay, the people are going to be coming from this angle. And, you know, also you would know more easily if somebody got their body. Instead of like, oh, okay, they went to the cold plains and they had their body for 30 seconds and we didn't know it. It's like, instead, you just farm a wide gate map and just go. It's hard to camp a wide gate map. It doesn't matter what you have. Yeah, bridge is that's the map we were going with. And it was just way too easy to camp. It's hard to camp a gate. I've been in BM pub games with people trying to camp a wide gate and they can't do it. Like, you might get me a couple of times, but I'm gonna get my body eventually. Like, especially if you're trying to BM other people. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get it eventually. So there's like a lot of strategy to it. Instead of camping the gate, instead you just camp, like, you have one player camp a body. And so when one player goes down, you have like another player camp that body. They say, okay, we don't need the necro anymore. You camp the body. Keep amp up and camp. Amp and camp. By the way, there it is. Polytheus gets there. And what I believe was a 4-2. What was the score there? I didn't even care. That shit was just wild. Wildly interesting, dude. Both players busting out the Widowmaker. That shit was nuts. That was crazy, man. I have to use my ironically new phone to send this. Comp decided she is done for the night. Have a good night, sir. Kick ass for me. We will, Bruno. Big cheers to you, brother. Yeah, you have to lock all... Yeah, it resets when someone gets their body. So you lock all 3 players out for a minute. If you do it, that's it. Have to change the build a little for this matchup, I think. Polytheus says it was cool to see. Worked very well as bait. Yeah, that shit was good, man. Very, very interesting. All right, it looks like Silly is also live. These guys might be ready to go. All right. Silly is ready. Versus his opponent, Botaurus. Which, by the way, big cheers to Botaurus. Guy drops a 20 spot in support of the DFC stream. And man, it keeps the spaceship going. Big cheers to this guy. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, once Bruno gets a new computer, dude, once he gets that or gets his computer situation figured out, watch out, man. Dude, Bruno is the type of player. He hadn't been in the DFC for a while. We went and specifically invited this guy back for DFC 100. That's how entertaining of a dueler this guy is. Brings in the craziest builds. The type of player that was playing on open BattleNet back in the day with like the hacked characters with crazy shit, and now brings that into DFC. Like, brings those concepts and those crazy ideas, like those non-meta, out of the blue, off the wall, crazy shit to the actual DFC, and has racked up some wins in recent history with it. It's really cool to see. We went out of our way. We were like, look, man, we need to make this happen. And it was by far the best fight to watch. Montriana versus Bruno. Shit was crazy. Hey, you never know till you try it out. I do the same with new ideas. Big cheers to you, Polytheus. That was an interesting fight, dude. It was so cool to see both of you guys busting out the Widowmaker at one point. Big cheers to that, man. As a Widowmaker din myself, can appreciate. Nice job, dude. That shit was solid. Great fight. Dude, I just think it comes down in a duel like that. I think it comes down to the player who knows their build better and is just more familiar on their off-meta build. And I think tonight it was Polytheus. Now, Steez is a Sin player at heart, so he's also very familiar with the Sin. But, like, he might not be familiar with the mechanics of that specific setup with the bow, and I would assume mosaics is what he was using. We've seen him use it before, but, like, just when you have that kind of build and you have someone like Polytheus who's also familiar in their off-meta build, I think it comes down to that. Because Steez had what it takes to take out Polytheus. We could see that. It just can't... I think it comes down to, like, the decisions. Oh my god, I think what just happened right there is that Silly lagged. Because we saw some frame drops right there. That was not the stream. That was Silly's stream here. And then we saw him die. I think he might have lagged. Look, always looking for the lag excuse, guys. You know me. Ah, Steve says, I used Claws of Thunder first round and nobody noticed that. Paulie tanked it, so I noped out of it immediately. All right. Okay, so that's what it was. Were you on Mosaics for the rest of it, or did you switch to something else, Steve? He showed me he has max light res and plus 10 max. Okay. Yeah, so it was Claws of Thunder Mosaic. His Cyclone is only 1 point. Yeah. And his Cyclone can only be 1 point, because if he wants to keep the damage up with all of the other Shaman-based skills, there's not really a lot of room to put a lot of points into Cyclone armor. This dude went, Polytheist went over 300 points into Dex and went max block with Spirit Shield for that matchup, dude. If that isn't knowing your fucking build, I don't know what else is. Mosaic, then Plague, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, we didn't see a lot of the kicking after that, but like the open wounds was there. There was something different. Yeah. Crazy to be able to switch between all of that. That was by far one of the coolest fights we've seen tonight, man. That was awesome. Good duel. You guys put on a show. It's like I said, man. Before this DFC, I was talking with Sound last week, Sound and the gang, and I was like, you know what we need to build? I was like, we need to build something that suggests a matchup, because building matchups every week, I shit you not, at this point, with all the data that I have to look at every week to make a match, I shit you not, matchmaking takes like 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours per event. Because it's like, okay, these people signed up. They signed up on a Sin. Fucking A. Like, you know, well, that's not a good matchup. Have they ever played... They're the only people that can duel. Have they ever played on anything else? Like, you know, what's a better... I hate to switch them, but can they play anything else? Like, all of these things come into play. We built something that basically... We showed it off in the beginning of the stream. That basically just pulls all of that for you and puts it in one screen. It's just like, okay, this player plays on this. This would be a good matchup for them based on what you do. You know, if you want to rank it based on wins, this player is very close. Like, these players theoretically match up pretty well. And that was one of the ones that I was surprised with. Steez versus Paulie. I was like, yup. I would have never picked that. And that seems like a great match. Yeah, thanks, Dong. Appreciate it, man. Big cheers, man. Yeah, I think my normal kick build would do much better. We got to do a rematch. Was very annoying going fade BOS, yeah. It's like you want both of them with a Sin, though. They're both so powerful. Burst of Speed's so nasty, and so is Fade. Like, both of them are just so good, and especially in that matchup, you certainly want them both. It's just, it's tough to make the call. Dude, by the way, Silly in a lot of trouble. Silly certainly Mind Blast PK. Botaurus, what a good dude. He says, lagging? He says, nope, you just caught me good. That's what it was. Man, Botaurus here, really stepping it up. He is certainly Mind Blast PK. That Shadow Bay might get there, dude. As soon as he gets above about 60 life, you know that he's no longer 1 Mind Blast PK. But he might be 2 Mind Blasts. Now, Silly slightly above that Mind Blast PK. Now, this is a tough matchup, to point this out. There it is. Botaurus gets there again against Silly. Absolute sleeper in the DFC. This guy's solid. Now, Silly's never been tested like this, I don't think, against a very good Sin player in Botaurus, right? Like, this guy's getting tested tonight against a matchup that usually we don't throw his way. But, this was also a matchup suggested by the program that we built. Like, these guys should do it. Like, Silly's working his way up, but Botaurus, based on the class advantage, all of this stuff theoretically makes sense. And man, this is going to be a big test for Silly. This is a big test. And Botaurus is just like, picture a PvP player that has studied the Sin, has practiced on the Sin, and he might not be the champion, but for all intents and purposes, he can pull off all of the Sin antics just as well as anyone. That is Botaurus. So this is a big test for Silly. Silly has even altered his build here. It looks like he's going with a max block setup, respecting the whirlwind power of Botaurus. Yeah, Silly's a good dude. This is a very tough matchup. Now, theoretically, the reason this matchup made sense is because technically Silly might be better performing so far in the DFC, but the matchup advantage and the other score makes it kind of a fair fight, or like what might be a fair fight. We're going to see. Silly, certainly it's an uphill battle. He might have lagged in the first round. Botaurus got the best of him in the second. But it's a big test. Like, if Silly wins this, this is big. Because for all intents and purposes, it's a fair match, right? Like, it's a fair match. All because the Druid doesn't have the advantage here. And even though Silly is higher ranked, he doesn't have the advantage. And that being said, Botaurus plays very well on this Sin. He plays very consistent. Butter and Taz go yet? They have not. At least I haven't seen him. Joby Bay. Joby's going to be so pumped to see that he's got a fan now. I hope you do. Dude, I hope that the channel image for that is a female nod to Joby. You know what I mean? Like in the Cooley Bay page, how you do the female spoof of the cool, like the female version of Cooley. Which, by the way, if that avatar didn't look 13, yeah, I'm struck, right? Like, I know it was AI, but like, yep, all right, you got me. You know what I mean? I hope you did it for Joby. Topped in waifu reporting it, maybe. Dude, that's so sick. Or just an attractive female that looks Quebecian. Yep. Nailed it. Dude, that's gonna he's over in Spain right now, traveling the world, Joby. You just post on one of his videos, be like, hey Joby, big fan. Love your PvP videos, man. All your VT work. French Canadian. Love it. Yeah, Montriana with those skills, dude. Joby's so good, man. I don't know. This is what I say. Like, Joby is really good. And I would say if Marvel didn't exist, Joby would be, like, in my heart. Don't tell him I said this, but in my heart, Joby topped in, man. Like, he taught me a lot of stuff. He's so good. Like, one of the first, actually, the first DFC champion. In my heart, Joby is just like the Din. You know what I mean? But then I remember Marvel and how different it is to duel Marvel. And all of my Joby tricks, cheese, and juck fuckery just doesn't work. Like, I get to the point where I duel Joby enough and I can kind of predict him and I can kind of fuck with him a little bit and get him. Marvel, it's just, I'm constantly fucking scared. I'm like, God damn it, he got the swirls on me. Fucking A. Marvel doesn't exist. Never seen any gameplay action. Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for this fantasy player named Marvel that doesn't actually exist, isn't real, Joby is just the Din. And in my heart, he's still the Din. Joby's such a good dude. Marvel is just, it's hard to deny that even though we've never seen him in the DFC, that Marvel just isn't the fucking Din. Like, that guy is ironically the Din that everybody bases rule sets on. It's so funny to see how powerful people think smiters are in other rules, like VTs are in certain rule sets. But it's literally because somebody dueled Marvel once. And they're like, yeah, man, that shouldn't be allowed. That's shit. Yeah, for sure. Like, unless you're Marvel, the VT is fucking garbage. Yeah. But if you are Marvel, have you ever dueled Marvel Gators on the Druid? How different is it? Is it actually one of those matchups where you're like, fucking A, dude, he might win this. Like, and you're on a druid that he shouldn't beat. Like, is it just different where you're like, yep, he might get this. Like, you're thinking like, I gotta play right. He might get this. Only in teams and you hate yourself. Yeah, you get ganked by Marvel. Yeah, Marvel's he's good. I think I've only run into him. Maybe I've run into him on a different character and haven't noticed it, but on a VT, it's just different. That's the only way to describe it. It's just different. He's the only one that consistently punishes you. Like, the combo feels different. Like, the combo feels broken when Marvel does it. It's like you've CT'd halfway across the screen and he's still FOH locking you. And it's like, I can't get out of this. This is so unfair. Like, that's how you feel dueling Marvel. I don't know. I don't think so. He has an account, but I'm not sure if he posts anything to it. I haven't checked, but we should. We should keep an eye on this. We should all follow Marvel. See if he posts anything. Yeah, he's a legend that we never see play. Exactly. Silly in a lot of trouble here. Trying to keep his distance, trying to lure Botaurus into some nados. I think that's probably the play at this point, especially being so low. When you're higher in life, you can look for these CT sneaky stomps, but like when you're low, just get the fuck out of there, especially when Botaurus is low too. Keep that Cyclone armor up. Yeah, he's got to keep that Cyclone armor up, keep the distance, and just try to lure. Oh man, he might have connected there. Going in for the kill, man. Risky play, but he gets away with it. No damage there. Nicely done from Silly. Yeah, he's got to kind of kite around this. He's got to keep his distance. No, even though the druid has a shorter distance here, what Silly's trying to do is lure Botaurus into his bullshit. Like, and Botaurus theoretically can get in there and whirl too, so there's a good opportunity to. Right? Like, he's trying to provide him the opportunity, and he's trying to trap him with these nados. He might have connected there. He didn't, but wow. Well-placed nados. Don't need DR if you don't take damage. Exactly. It's the Cooley mindset, dude. Just don't get hit. I mean, it's totally possible. Marvel's the only one that really seems like he's using hacks, in my opinion. That's a compliment. Completely agree. Like, from playing up against him, I've literally clipped some duels where I've lost to Marvel. And I'm like, how the fuck did he do that? But then if you think about it, it's like, okay, theoretically, the way he's doing this is just that his timing after his smite is so perfect. And he knows what I'm going to do. It's something that you can't macro or bot. Like, he knows that when he stomps me, he's predicting that I'm CTing away. And he's gauged my cast rate, and he just knows when to cast FOH. Like, you can't just fucking hook it up to a macro and be like, yeah, hit the buttons for me. It's not that easy. Like, you just have to know that, like, yep, I landed a smite, and he's teleporting away, FOH now. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, you can't macro it. It's like so refined, you can't macro it. It's just so good. I believe me, if he was fucking hacking in some way, I'd love to call him out on it. But like, you just can't do it. Like, it's different characters I'll bring into a game and he'll time his fucking FOH combos differently. He'll time them differently on my Din than he does on my Sork. Like, it's so weird. It's so awkward. It's like, wow, man. He just knows. And there it is. Silly figures out the puzzle of Botaurus and gets there from being borderline dead in that round. Absolutely amazing. It's so hard to figure out that pattern of a very consistent Sin player like Botaurus, but Silly just did it. I'm telling you, man, Silly the sleeper. He might be down a few rounds, but he got there. Yeah, makes great players look ordinary is a good way to put it. Yep, exactly. Makes great players. Like, if you played, like, for example, you play against someone like Serenity, great player. Amazing chains. makes very few mistakes on a VT. You play against him, you practice against him on a VT, and you might be feeling like you know what a VT is. You're like, okay, I get it. I might be losing to Serenity, but I get it. Like, I totally get the cadence of a VT. I know when I'm in trouble. I know what to do. Then you play against Marvel. Great example. Like, the difference between those guys is, like, Serenity's a great player. Marvel, legend. Like, different level. Like, he's literally it would be like in Diablo 4, someone doing like a tier 200 dungeon right now, and everybody else bragging about doing tier 100s with their class. You're like, yeah, whatever. Like, there's somebody that did a fucking tier 200. Like, you know, it's just a different level. It's like, okay, like, it might be a great build. You might be able to do tier 130, 140, but somebody just did it tier 200. So, I mean, what is this build? Like, what are you even? You know, like, that's kind of where it's at. Like, it's just different level of fuckery, man. Put it this way. There's very few VTs that I actually take seriously on my Fire Sorceress. Even Joby, I feel like on my Fire Sorceress, I have to focus and pay attention. But I think I got him. You know what I mean? Like, I think I could do it. Different story with Marvel. I'm like, this is constant. I don't care. Someone's gonna have to call me for Leighton because I'm not fucking going on his screen. Like, that's what it is. It's like, I'm not going close. Fuck you. I'm fucking gone. You're gonna be running into fireballs off screen. Fuck you. Like, that's, I go from don't get hit, the don't get hit game plan, to fuck you. Like, it's, if a sorceress could be like a necro in its gameplay with off screening and fucking invisible fireball, that's me. Like, that's the game plan, man. It's different dueler. Different dueler, that's for sure. Now Silly looking to pull off a big comeback here, though. Like, Botaurus up a couple of rounds, and the big test here is, can Silly adapt? Can he figure out Botaurus? It's certainly a consistent puzzle, but when you're so consistent, perhaps your mannerisms become predictable. Perhaps your playstyle does. And that is what Silly's trying to do, and he's scoring some big hits here. Even trades so far. Don't let Joby hear this. Hell, release the clip of you getting PK'd by Quillrat for real and ruin your reputation. Nah, like, that didn't happen, dude. He couldn't do that because it didn't happen. It's fake news. Fake news, all right? In fact, I went to search for that clip and I saw Joby getting PK'd by a Fallen while dueling me. That's what I saw. And it's one of his most viewed videos. Alright. You'd think if Cooley ever got killed by a Quillrat, someone would have clipped it and put it on YouTube. Dude, with all this shit talking, I had better not get fucking killed by a Quillrat again, because I know it's gonna be fucking Kyle is gonna have it on the ready. He's gonna be like, oh, what is this? Wrong, that was Hellion. It was so funny because he was getting so cocky too. He's just like, how do you like that blind spot, Cooley? And I was like, I was okay. He's like, how about this one? And he gets me again. And I was like, yeah, that's all right. And then he gets killed by a Quillrat. It was so good. He says that was you getting killed by the Quillrat Hellion. He says it wasn't Joby in that clip, it was Hellion getting killed. Makes sense, I mean, obviously. Joby's the top Dan, that wouldn't happen to him. He wouldn't get killed by a Fallen. He wouldn't get killed by a Fallen. That was he clipped you getting killed. Clearly. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Like, people make a big deal out of it. Like, it's like it doesn't happen to everybody. Like, yeah. Who is this rando at me? Oh, Din named Fallen. Oh, I see what you mean. So the Hellion with the name Fallen. I get it. All makes sense. All makes sense now. Yeah, he got killed by Hellion. Okay. Yeah, Joby reputation saved. By the way, Silly got there again. I believe, if I'm correct about this, score now 2-2. Does that sound right? We got a few matches. This is the match that I see right now with Silly streaming it. I see Botaurus in there, but he's not streaming his perspective. Would be really cool to see the Sin perspective in this too. If you can, Botaurus, stream it right up, man. Fuck it. Jam it. Swap back and forth between the two. Yeah, I totally forgot that. Didn't connect the two when you mentioned Hellion. He has a druid named Fallen. Yeah, that was totally what it was. Just 2v1. Look, you got to take the wins where you get them, man. Look, he's just trying to make an excuse why Joby ever got killed by a Fallen. Like, literally a goblin in the Bloodmoor. Fallen. He's trying to make an excuse for him, and I say there's no excuse. Look, just... Joby tried to go Din v Din and fucking died to a Fallen. It's as simple as that. Alright, that's all you need to know. Alright? Clip is out there for everyone to see. Chris says he's from Kauai too. It's so laggy no matter what server you try. Yeah, dude, Hawaii is like so far out there in the ocean, I don't think a lot of people notice it. It's like disconnected from United States quite a bit. Like mainland United States. It's out there. Like middle of the ocean. We're all just goblins in the moor. Cooley the Gobble 045. So like the girly friend, right, on Thursdays, I told her, I'm just like, look, I'm not gonna text you back for like fucking 6 hours probably. Like, so I just want you to just be used to that. Like, it's fucking DFC night. And my focus is right here. Like, you know, it's just... It happens, alright? And you gotta be prepared for that. In light of that, we've developed the new pseudonym for Cooley. Cooley the Gobble 045. We go into Gobble 045 mode. So yeah. AKA the Fallen. GVN playing in worst ping. Yeah, GVN, we were talking about this during his duel. He always plays at a ping disadvantage, but he's seemingly adapted to it in a way that, like, it just looks smooth, even though it's not. By the way, this is Botaurus's standpoint right here. This is some Sin gameplay. Some hybrid Sin. We finally get to see the other end of this right here. Some Botaurus gameplay. Look at this. Consistency. Alright, now Silly can theoretically stream snipe here. He probably won't, though. It's a 6-second delay, and that's too long. But this is what it looks like, man. Botaurus, I told you, this guy, underrated. Very consistent Sin player. Like, he might not be the champion. He might not be what people consider top of the ranks, right? But he's very consistent. And that's why this is a huge, huge test for Silly. Because how are you going to do against somebody who knows how to play the Sin and plays it very well? Right? Like, that's a big test. Big hits there from Silly. Gets in and out, and I don't believe Botaurus scored any hits there. He says, oh my god, stream lag. Yeah, that's totally what it was. NATO's flying everywhere. Great placement from Silly there. Yeah, like, look at this. Look at the consistent gameplay. It's like second nature for Botaurus. He sets up the traps. He tries to lure his opponent into them, and the way that he does it is he just hunts them. He hunts them with Whirlwind. Straight Spider Sin in its greatest form. Like, this guy just knows. He knows the tactics. He's practiced them. He's got them refined. Leads with traps. Even though he leads with the traps, tries to set up these 5 stacks too. Like, look at this. Those 5 stacks never too far away. That whole screen, as soon as Silly tries to approach from that angle, he's getting bombed with traps. Like, very consistent, methodical hunting from Botaurus. Very nicely done. Like, this guy is such a consistent Sin player. You want to learn how to play Sin, and you're like, how do I do this? Just watch this guy. Super consistent. And the good thing is you can see a lot of his gameplay. You don't see a lot of CT casting with these traps, which I think is probably the next step on his game plan. Like, is just the CT casting, laying those traps far further than he should, right? But it's actually a blessing in disguise, because players who are looking to learn the Sin, this is a great example of how to do this. Like, a great example of how to lead, when to switch the game plan, when to do what you need to do. Now, it looks like Botaurus caught a lot of damage there, but it might have been worth it. He might have actually connected on Silly and dealt some pretty significant damage. Let's check it out. Yeah, Silly's pretty low. He's not Mind Blast PK, and certainly with Oak he's not, but he's in a lot of trouble. But so is Botaurus, that's the thing. And at this life total, that actually is a disservice to Botaurus, because all it's going to take is an outside NATO to creep its way in. It's going to take Botaurus getting a little too aggressive and running into an up NATO. There's a lot of things that could one-shot him here, right? Just like that. That NATO almost did. That NATO almost finished the job. And Botaurus, you can tell based on his life total, he's got good gear. A Sin that has over 4,200 life is a very well-calculated Sin. A Sin with great gear that isn't skimping out on much. And the reason that they used to aim for 4,200 back in the days of LOD was so that they could survive 3 hammers instead of 2, right? That was the reason they aimed for the 4,200. But now Hammered In's not as much of a threat. But still, you see the Sin sort of use that same setup and aim for that same life total. Botaurus no exception here. Now he's doing some down whirlwinding, hoping that Silly will come in and try to finish. He does, catches that Hurricane PK, and oh my god, I believe he's pulled it out. Yeah, no worries, dude, no worries. If it's lagging you out too much, no worries, dude. We can cut back over to Silly. It was good to see some of your gameplay there. Very close match. Yeah, no worries if you can't, Botaurus. That's cool, man. I appreciate you trying. Close match. I believe 3-2 in favor of Silly. And mind you, this is a comeback from 0-2. Comeback from 0-2 so far versus a Sin. We knew this was going to be close. We knew this was going to be tough. We were going to see if Silly could adapt. Yeah, for sure. Dude, I feel like we should collect data on the server that people play on. Because honestly, I feel like it would make for better matchups. It would also make for better player experience in the DFC. I'm going to talk with our data people about this, Gavin, because I completely agree with you. Like, with the way that it's currently set up, it would be great if that's a factor brought into it. Like, we see it all the time. With, like, we see your ping at fucking 100 plus on a good day. Yeah, totally agree. I'm wondering if we can do that. It would be hard to retroactively do it, but actually it might not really be that hard. We could set up a role or something in Discord and just collect data off from that. Be like, where are you playing from? West, East, Europe? And then plug it into the data on the roster. Look, I'm just thinking this out loud. Sound, you hearing this shit? Then we could make for even more insane duels that attract even more people around the world because they know that they're going to get fair ping. It would, of course, rely on a critical mass of people, but if you notice in the DFC, we don't see a lot of European players. We have a few. We have like a handful. Dazer is probably like the kingpin, right? But how different would it be if European players knew that they have a better chance of getting matched up against a European player unless it's absolutely necessary in moving up the ranks? That would actually be, yeah, I was going to say Discord role. It would actually be super simple. And it would allow us, like, especially if we, I'm gonna actually try to write that in to the matchup program to be like, okay, it just lets us know this player's playing from West, or this player's playing from like middle or East or Europe, and you just match people up, like prefer to match them up based on that, you know, unless there's not a critical mass of people, and then you can't do it. It would take some time to sort of develop it, but if people knew we considered that, and we did in the matchups, it would be wild and super easy to do. Yeah, super easy to do. That's actually very smart, because I would love to see more European players in the DFC, but I think a lot of them don't join because many of the established players are East. Yeah, when I play double telly, I double telly. When I play BattleNet, I double telly everywhere. I literally play slower just for BNet. Yeah, makes sense, Chris. Makes sense, man. Like. And Hawaii is just a weird location for BattleNet servers. Like, it's not really close to any server. Central, West, I guess, might be closest. But even that, it's just like, well, you're just about as close to any other server. Like, it's a perfectly neutral location that never gets a good connection on any server. Yeah, I would actually love to do that. Let's see if we can do that, Sound. I think that's a smart way to expand the reach of the DFC, right? And the fairness of the matchups in DFC. If we collect that role, collect data on it. If we collect data on it, I can make matchups on it. So when Polytheist signs up, if he's West, he gets preference of someone that's equal rank and West. You know what I mean? And it just encourages people to sign up from everywhere, because there's a good chance, unless you're really trying to climb the ranks and kick an ass, there's a really good chance that, like, if someone else is equal level as you, you're gonna get matched up based on the server. I would love that. I think that's a smart thing to do. And then when it comes to like top 5 fights or some shit like that, like when you're in the top 5 and you're just kicking so much ass that we just need to know who the real champ is, then we worry about cross server shit. But then if someone like Chris joins up and he's like, yo man, I want to join up on my, you know, on my Druid or some shit, and we match him against GVN, because it's just like, it pops up, these guys are both Hawaii, like, you know, great, there we go. Yeah, I think that's amazing. Sounds like DFC is just, yeah, for sure. And there it is, man. Botaurus gets there. Was that a finish, or was that 3-2 or 3-3? He says, okay, that's your free one. Won't be standing still no more. All right, here we go. It might be 3-3. I think it's actually 3-3, everything on the line. Yeah, it's 3-3. Okay, Botaurus says 3-3. Bro, tough fight. We knew it was going to be close. The data says it was going to be close. New program said it was a good match, and it certainly is, man. Even with all of the variables. Man, I'm loving it. Well, that's the thing, is like, there would be other factors that would come into play, but like, if things were close, it would suggest server. It would take time. That's the thing. Is like, it would take time, but if we preferred that, it would be so much better matches and so much better displays for everyone. So much just better displays of skill, which is essentially the heart of the DFC. Is just like, we hope to attract the best people in the world, which I think we've done a good job so far. But admittedly, a lot of them are East Coast or America based, North America based, for sure. Like, So having that distinction, knowing that like if it comes up with a suggested list of people and you see West, this player is West and this other player is West, you match them up. You know what I mean? It's like another factor that's intelligent to consider when matching people up. I think that's smart. Yeah, been some really tight duels tonight, man. I gotta say, I think the program is working as intended so far. Saves me a lot of time. I spent 6 hours building the program. I spent 30 minutes making the fights. And I was like, theoretically, that saved me... The 6 hours that I put in once saved me an hour and a half every event. Deal. Sign me up. So if we also add region into that, like... And that's a factor to consider. It makes... Put it this way, this new like way of trying to make fights makes adding factors like that easier to do. If you would have thrown that in and be like, by the way, you should consider throwing people in, you know, from West and East and shit like that. I think people had suggested that before, and I'm like, that's too fucking hard. Like, there's already so much shit to consider. But now, whatever, it's just another factor in there. Maybe I'll build a dueler so Gavin has an opponent. Yep, build a smiter, really tilt him sideways. Actually, he has a sin too, so I mean, theoretically, could be a fair duel. Gavin's skills on the sin are good, but you can tell Zon is his main. You can tell he's got the skills on the Zon. Like, you can tell that's where he's spent a lot of his time. So theoretically, new VT versus GVN sin might be fair. If you get a little bit of locking down, you figure out how to do the combo, you practice that up, might be a fair match. Scalability and other such buzzwords. Well, really, I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, one of the biggest struggles of like recent DFCs has been the number of players that has signed up and making matches for them. I'm so happy that more people are fired up. We have different formats for it and different abilities to, you know, make different interesting matchups in LLD and Melee and all of this. But it just takes time because for so long we had 15 or 20 people joining the DFC, and it was so, you know, it might have taken a half hour to match those guys up, and a lot of it was based off from memory. I'm like, okay, this guy did well here, like, this is pretty established, this would be fair based on the class you've signed up on and all of this. But now when you scale it to like triple that, it's like, it's a lot of work, but you still got to put it in. You still got to do each player justice with a good matchup. You know what I mean? My goal is to make it so that if a new player joins the DFC out of nowhere, they don't get absolutely assed by a matchup. They don't get thrown into something that doesn't feel winnable, or like isn't, like, it doesn't feel good for them. You know what I mean? And on the other end of that, you have the best players who are still getting challenged, who are just like, okay, this is still a close matchup. Like, so you have this strange spectrum in the DFC where it's like anyone from new players to seasoned vets are like meeting a challenge at their level. And so far, I think we've seen it tonight. From the title fight of Gogators versus Lamp to literally insert any fight here, they've all been fucking close. And it's like, that's exactly what we hope for. Back and forth battle that's challenging. The winners and the losers both feel good. That it was a winnable fight. It was close no matter what. Like, I got my ass handed to me. I didn't use the program for that. That was just, hey, Silent needed an opponent. Well, I beat him, but the other one was actually, I think I did use that. It was just like, hey, by the way, Cooley, you should just be matched against new players. And here we are. Blind LLD matchup, got my ass handed to me, but I didn't feel like it was unwinnable. You know, feels good. I felt like I could have played a little better, but I got a win in there. Didn't feel like they were all like it was a shutout, even though it was a 4-1. I feel like the rounds were close. But that's the goal, man. But it also relies on a critical mass of people, you know, in there performing, doing things just like this. Like, insanely close, back and forth, consistent duels like this, where people are showing off their skills, looking to rack up those wins. And, like, that's the stuff that gives us just the good things to base your next match on, right? And hopefully make them exciting and challenging. Like, it's something that, even though there's me broadcasting it, there's sound, Primo, there's, you know, Montreana and Nightfall, everybody doing the data behind the scenes, it's equally as important of a role as the people that duel, right? Like, we all create this, and it's amazing to see. We just me and Sound and the crew just hope to do the right thing with it, and it looks like we are so far, man. We're making good. We're not always perfect, but we make strides in the right direction. Look, that's only because, Sound, we didn't have the program before, and you are single-handedly one of the reasons why I knew I needed a program, because I fucking hated making matchups for you. I'm like, Max is just fucking... I was like, this is so stupid. Every time I make a match, I'm like, he's gonna beat anybody I throw him up against. I guess I just gotta try to find somebody that's, like, different, that he doesn't know. Like, that was literally the point I was at. I was like, I don't know how to make matchups for you. Like, it's just, you beat everybody this way. Like, but if you go this person, it's gonna be a shutout. It's gonna be miserable to watch. Like, you know, but now that should theoretically be easier. But you were one of the players. You and Dio were always the people I would see you on a card and be like, fucking A, this is going to be hard to make a matchup, because you can't make a typical matchup for you. You can't be like, oh, Sin v Din's going to be fair here. It's like, you're going to fucking smash every Din we throw at you. It's not even going to be fair or close or fun to watch. Like, you know, or maybe a Zon. It's like, no, Max is going to put some fucking crazy shit on, and he's going to demoralize this person. This person's going to quit. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, I couldn't figure it out. You know? The only matches that ever made sense for you and Dio were title shots. Which is why I was just like, all right, whenever these guys sign up, it's just immediate title, because it's the only one that makes sense. You got to go up against someone that's just top tier at their build. You're probably going to lose, but, like, it's the only thing that's fair. Like, it's, you know, so... Eventually, we just started doing that, and granted, they were still very close fights. They were still actually pretty insane, but it would be good if we had a program to be like, this is what makes sense, or this player actually pops up as someone that might be on par. Like, it's good so far. Curious to see how it's going to be if, when Max takes a break, he's like, look, man, I'm on spring break. I'm just going to join up on the DFC. See how it does with that. But yeah, it's good to have all of that data right there. Holy shit, this duel is close. By the way, Botaurus probably at about 15% health right now. Silly also very low. Both of these guys back and forth. What a crazy duel. Now, granted, I want to point this out. This is not a fun fight for the Druid. Certainly an uphill battle for Silly. But Silly so far, win or lose, has made this a tie match against one of the most consistent players on the Sin in the DFC. Botaurus, just insane. Very consistent with his trap laying, with his pressure. One of those players where the Sin is second nature to him. So good to see, man. Both of these guys duking it out. Both of them very low. A close match either way. And speaks volumes for either of these players, win or lose. This is huge. Silly doing a very good job, though, of recognizing when he's in trouble. Look at that. Just walking out of those traps right there. Smart, high-level play. He noticed that he made a bad telly, and instead of trying to get into the cast frames to teleport away, he just walked out. Very, very smart. That gives him the opportunity to rep back some life here, which is going to allow him, it's going to pay dividends later on if he's Mind Blast PK. But if he never gets there, it's going to give him the life eventually that he needs to do these telly stomps, which he's very good at. Lost his Oak Sage there, but didn't lose any life. Thanks, Barry. Appreciate that, man. Big cheers to you. And I can't wait, Max. I can't wait, brother. I'm actually, you're an inspirational dude in a lot of ways, man. Not just on the Sin, but just in your life choices and all of this. I'm super happy for you, man, and I think what you do is inspirational. In case you didn't know, Max recently, you know, going to school in a very non-traditional way and saying, you know what, I'm going to change it up, try a different career, which is something that's hard to do. And I think it's very commendable, very respectable, and it's also really cool to see someone has such knowledge in the D2 community do that, take a risk IRL, and pull it off in the way that he has. So big cheers to that, man. I think you're an inspirational dude in a lot of ways. I think it's really cool, man. Like, because honestly, the world is changing, right? Like the world is changing, and dude, even me, right? Like, I was a data guy for a while, right? Just running data for a college, and it was great. But one day I just decided, I was just like, you know what, dude? I may not want to do this forever. And also being real, I'm like, there's people out there that are better at this than me, and this is constantly changing. And I'm like, I'm not as thrilled about it as I was before, right? Like, the same things that got me here aren't the same things that are keeping me here, you know? So it was like, what do I do? And here we are now. You know, I haven't really decided. We're just over here making YouTube videos and running DFC. And I gotta say, like, I have a lot of big plans, and I'm really really tackling that. But at the same time, I can respect the, hey, I'm gonna do something different. And I don't think enough people do that, man. So big cheers to you. I think that's huge. Yeah. And even just trying it out with no commitment like that, I think that's a really good attitude to have. Be like, hey, look, you know, I may make it, I may not. I'm just going to try something different. Like, that's a great attitude to have. There's no pressure on yourself. You know, there's a goal, but there's no pressure on yourself. I think that's awesome, man. Like, yeah, the world is changing faster and faster every day, Odin. Every day. Like, literally, you guys remember when I hurt my shoulder and I was in a sling? I feel like the reason I ever even got that part-time job was because I felt like be real with you, I felt like I wasn't doing anything real. I was like, here I am just making YouTube videos and streaming. Holy fuck! Dude, Silly got there in a close 4-3 victory versus Botaurus. An incredible statement for Silly. Told you this guy. We told you. This guy underrated, and his opponent tonight, certainly on par. This guy fucking did it very well. Played consistently from the second he fired up his first trap till right now. Long duel, man. This is a very long duel. It's not fun for the Druid. It's certainly an uphill battle, but Silly pulled it off. That was very intense. Very intense. Congrats to this guy. Big cheers to Silly. Crazy to pull that off, man. Holy shit, that was a big win. And well played from Botaurus. Big cheers. He's so consistent. Like, this guy, if you picture a dueler that plays at a level that is just second nature to him, doesn't have to think much, always plays consistently, that's Botaurus. He was playing with that same level of pressure, putting that pressure on Silly to adapt and to learn his ways all the way up and through the duel. And luckily for Silly, he pulled it off. He learned it, he did it, and here it is, man, pulling it out with a 4-3 victory versus the Sin. That's huge. That's very good. Nicely done, Silly. Very tough matchup. Put it this way, as someone who isn't good on a Druid, I just scoop my cards versus a Sin. I'm just dead. Says something, it speaks volumes for Silly to be able to just adapt on a Druid, put the right gear on. Look at this. He looks like he even has IK gloves on there for probably max block or something. Yeah, look at that. IK gloves. Dude ain't messing around. Adapt your character. Adapt your game plan. That's exactly what Silly did. Pulled it off here tonight against a very formidable foe in Botaurus. Crazy match. This would have been one that I never would have made. This matchup right here. Couldn't have done it without my newly designed program. But it said Theoretically, Botaurus and Silly is a good matchup if this. Fucking nailed it. It was so close. Was so good. Amazing, dude. It was challenging for both players. Theoretically, Silly the higher ranked opponent, but has the huge class disadvantage in Druid, making it a fair matchup and a fun matchup, a winnable matchup for Botaurus. That was one of the most grindy but awesome fights of the night right there. Next DFC, Me Sin, Foo's Necro. Could be fair. We'll have to see what the data says, Gogators. In fact, we could probably check it out. We could probably see. You'll see the same data that I'll look at, like in the new program that I put together. Let's see. By the way, congrats to Silly. That was fucking awesome, man. All right, let's pop over. So if I put if I go HLD, right? We select HLD. We go Gogators. You're the champ, so you may be what's considered an outlier in the data. That like not many people are even suggested. Yeah, with similar wins of plus or minus 2, there's 4 people. But Foozer is one of those. And if I do a deep dive into Foozer, he plays a Trapper. He plays a Din. He plays a Druid. He plays a Necro. That would be a fair matchup. Theoretically. Theoretically, that's fair. Also, Jazerman, right? I dive into Jay. He's on a Din. He's probably going to lose to any character you have. Wouldn't match it, right? Look at this, though. Steez and Elk Brew. Steez might also be... That would be a fun matchup to watch. It's certainly something you don't expect. Something I might do, right? Like, I see Steez can play on an Assassin, Druid, Paladin. Probably none of those are going to compete. I probably wouldn't do it. Like, Assassin Kicker is going to get assed by a fucking Assassin Trapper. It's probably gonna, if he got asked by a Druid on the kicker tonight, he'd get asked by a top tier champ Druid. Probably wouldn't do it. Like, you know, Elk Brew, surprisingly, I never would have seen that. Drew v Drew, like maybe something, not a fun match. So theoretically, that may be the one that happens. Even though you called it, I don't want you to think Gogators is over here calling his matches, but theoretically, based on the data, that actually makes sense. That may be something that just might have been suggested either way, is Foozer Man just tearing it up. I would have seen you. I might have even put Druid versus Necro and just seen how that goes. Could be Assassin versus Necro. Either one is fair. But Foozer Man up there with a class that can actually challenge for the title makes sense. Yeah. So even though he said it, the data kind of backs it up. Like that might be what happens. So you never know, man. See, I love this program. Like that right there, I'd have been like just seeing Gators say that. I've been like, whatever, man. I don't know about Foozer. You just trying to call your shots. But at the same time, you look at the data, and Foozer actually makes sense to go up against Gators. 180 ping. I'll do versus Gators Trap V-Neck. Fuck yeah, man. Would love to see it. So just know, pending all of the other data coming in, that's another thing. We're looking at data that all fights from tonight may not be in there. But based on the data that we have so far, that looks like a pretty decent match. That actually looks pretty good. Yep. Pretty solid, man. Yeah, and you can see, even like most players when I make matchups, I set the similar wins to 1. Right? And even if you do that, Foozer Man's still one of the people up at the top. Holy shit!
Thanks for hosting. Every single one of my buffs wore off in that duel. See you all next week.
Wow, man. Botaurus. Dude, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. You actually did very well in that. Yeah, those buffs wear off. I'm telling you, in those long, grindy duels, I think secretly that might have been what Silly was testing there. He was looking for his opportunity. He was looking for the windows to get in there and to stomp. But also, he knows a few things. He knows that the longer the duel goes on, both of you guys are going to rep. but there's also going to be additional windows where the Sin has to recast buffs. The Druid he just has to worry about bow. He's always got the Cyclone armor up after every engagement. But he's like, eventually, your buffs might wear off. And when they do, I'm going to push that pressure. I'm going to see if you notice it. Bro, that was an interesting duel. Botaurus, nicely done tonight. You played very well. It was so good. Thank you for streaming, even though that was difficult, bro. I appreciate you doing that. It was really good to see your perspective. Looked clean, man. Looked crisp. Consistent Sin player. I'll say it again. This guy is just like the tier of Sin you can learn from. Like, this guy is good. Just very consistent. Doesn't even have to think. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that 2024 again, brother. Yeah, well played. Who else we got, man? Anybody else? I think that might be it, man. It's getting late over here on the east. I only see a few people on the channel, but great fucking duels tonight, man. Holy shit. What an incredible night of fights. I think, all right, I haven't been consistent about this, but while I remember it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say fight of the night. Gosh, this one is tough. I have an LLD match, an HLD match, and a melee match, and it's really hard to pick. I think I might just give it to two of them. I'm going to go... Man, you know what? I hate to snub melee, but these guys don't need fucking forum gold either way. These guys got all the shit they need. I'm going to say Polytheus versus Steez fight of the night. Also tied fight of the night, Murder versus IZX. That was the Barb versus the Poondin. That shit was insane. It was very close, very good. It was 4-3 with 2 draws in it. But god damn it, if I had the forum gold to give 3, I'd give it to all of them. The Nightfall matchup was insane, with both druids morphing back to human form, morphing back to wolf, and finishing the duel. God damn it. Like, you don't see much more excitement with melee. And man, there were so many good duels, so many of them very close tonight too. Very good. Yeah, so we'll go 2 winners tonight. Just chucking out 2,000 forum gold, 500 for each player. No big deal. We've skipped a couple of weeks. So just making up for it, you know? You know what? Fuck it. We're just giving it to all of them. Just fuck it. 3,000 forum gold. We're just doling it out. That probably taxes us out, though. But honestly, on a night like this, so worth it. I believe at that point, we were sandbagging some forum gold because we were getting low on the donations and fight of the night. But this is the night, I think, that really stands out. I think all of these guys should get fight of the night. So I'm going to say melee fight of the night, Nightfall versus Vegeta. That was insane. Polytheus versus Steez for the winner of HLD. And Murder versus IZX for LLD. Shit was nuts. Epic night of fights, man. So good to see. So good to see. But yeah, so that in mind, I'm hoping that possibly me and Sound can work together and make something like this. I'll have to explain it to you, Sound, but we'll make something. I might not. You might catch on to it right away and know what's up. But explain to you the thought of it, and hopefully people will be able to use a tool like this as well, and to see, maybe not be surprised by what they get matched up against, right? We think of a few factors. We think of similar wins. We think of what you play on for classes. And we also, you know, basically just look at what makes an entertaining match, what might be fair. So hoping to make this available to more people, so it might not be a surprise. You might be able to guess what you're going to get matched up against, but that's kind of what we're doing, right? And stay tuned. Either way, we at least have a tool to make excellent matchups like this tonight. Very impressed with this. This went very well. Yeah, tonight was epic. Thank you guys for joining me. Look, all brought to you basically by the AI program, a pseudo AI program we've thrown together here, this little sheet to pull data for us and make these decisions easier. So we'll certainly be using it more. But yeah, guys, thanks again for joining me. Really appreciate you. Another great night of DFC. I never think that these things can get any better after the last week, but they always do. And again, it's all thanks to you guys. Without the duelers, without the people here, we wouldn't have it, man. Like, it's all a collective effort of all of us. So Big cheers to you guys. Final cheers. I'm gonna polish this off for you guys. Gotta let that one soak into the gums a little bit. That was a little more Evan Williams than anticipated. But bros, thanks again. Appreciate you. Have a great night. See you guys next week. Enjoy your weekend. Man, the rest of the week is downhill, man. After DFC, the rest of the week is downhill. Take care, guys. Have a great night. Good night. See you soon. Peace.